Hey, welcome in everybody. We're just getting started here. Come in and say hello. Welcome in. How are you? Life is an advertisement. It's just all one big long ad. The ad never ends. The ads continue. I don't know if you can see that very well, but let me see. Maybe if I do this option here. Oh yeah, that's epic. That's way better. Okay, that's what I should have done. That's the picture right there. Life is an advertisement. Is life all just one big advertisement? Are we each individually just advertisements? We're advertising a way of life, just parodying the advertisement that we've received. It's an interesting topic. I'd love to hear your perspective. Definitely, if anybody wants to come up, you definitely can. I'm just going to sit in here. I'll play some music. What kind of music do I want? Electric? Welcome in. Life is an advertisement. You are just a mirror. Your life is one big string of repeating what you've seen. Maybe an advertisement is running through your head right now. Maybe it's a radio ad. Maybe it's a television ad, a jingle. Maybe not, because you're living. Yeah, life tends to be that way. But maybe it's that way in any culture, not just the West. Rax, come up. We can talk about it. I can shut the music off. I'm just waiting for people to come in the room. I'll turn off the music if anybody wants to come up and speak, but I'm just jamming to it a little bit. Turn it down so you guys can hear. The capitalism. I don't think it's capitalism. I think it's corporatism. Corporations are in charge. Where'd you go? Maybe music is too intense. Let me chill it out a little bit. You can chill it out. Do this one fresh. Welcome in. Oh yeah, here we go. There's some music right here. Right here. Is everybody out there just advertising their way of life and they want you to convert to them? You think of their way of thinking? Is everyone out there just being an advertisement of what their best way of living is? It's a strange way to view the world. There may be some validity to it. Hey Keith, welcome in. I'm here ready to chat. I'll turn off the music if people want to come up. I just got the music going just as a vibe too as we're getting started. We're just vibing, and definitely come up and speak. Go ahead and I'll add a sticker for that. Join me. Here. Oh, whoops, lost it. All right, this song is, I'm gonna go to the next one. More fiddle. It's all just like bluegrassy on this one. Yeah, I'm going to jazz. I like jazz. Come on in, guys. Let's get this conversation going. Let's talk. Let's get this conversation started. Life is an advertisement. Prove me wrong. Tell me your perspective. I want to hear your perspective. Let's talk about it. Oh yeah, this is my jam. This will bring people that will jive with me probably. I like this song. How is life not an advertisement? We're just constantly telling people how they should live, right? We're just constantly speaking to people and be like, oh, this is how I lived. Live from my experience. I have lived experience, so I can advertise to you how to live. It's your choice whether or not to take in the information from that advertisement. How do you discern what information to take in and what information you leave out? What part of the advertisement do you listen to, and then the rest you'd be like, okay, that doesn't serve me. That's not something I'm after. What is it like? Do you feel that everybody is just basically an advertisement in and of themselves, trying to just push their belief system on you or their way of living? How do you get those ads out of your head, whether it be a freaking jingle or something like that, whatever the hell it might be? How do you work that thinking to get yourself back straight? Like, okay, now I know. Okay, I'm back on the right track. But then are you just choosing which ads then to follow after? And you're basing your life off the best advertisement of other people around you. A lot to be said here. I'd love to dive in. Hear what anybody has to say. Come on up. Don't be shy. I'm not going to bite. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I want to hear your perspective. It's open room. I'm just chatting and listening to some jazz and vibing with the music. Yeah, or do we even have the choices? The choice of what information from the advertisement that we take in? That's interesting perspective, Jack. Thanks for bringing that up. When it comes to choices, do you even have the choice? Can you make a change? Or is it all set in stone? It's all pre-written in the stars before you're even born. Very interesting. Very interesting to say the least. I'm just going to start inviting some people, see who might want to come up. You're scrolling through, you might just get a request. You can definitely hit the button down below, we live within an advertisement. I'd like to hear that. Hey, Tress.
Hey, dude. What's up, man?
How's it going? I'm just getting started.
Okay, cool. This is
You're
the beginning of the
first guest.
party.
You're the very beginning.
Cool, man. Is this like Japan or something?
No, this is just AI.
The astral plane. It's the astral plane, kind of.
I said life is an advertisement, and it gave me this because I was thinking that everybody is just an advertisement of their best way of living. Like, be like me, live like me. I'm an advertisement.
Right? Be your best everything. Advertise for yourself. To yourself. For yourself. To yourself, for yourself. It's Borg Queen, the cutest. Ba, ba. Totally. You got
I
it,
love
buddy.
it.
It's Borg Queen, the cutest. Type of idea. It's one way of thinking about it.
Yeah, it's one way, right? It
Yep.
holds a lot of validity. It's kind of rock solid in a way.
Sauron's Sauron. You want to replace the Sauron? Come on, man. Get real.
What have you been up to lately?
Hard man. Huh?
What have you been up to lately?
Ups and downs. Somebody frequency burned me, that Kiki, and I don't know if that's my daughter or not, but she frequency burned me. But I don't know if it was her fault or if she's on a base or I don't know what the fuck, but I got frequency burned. Maybe because she's too close. I don't know.
Oh man, I had that last night.
Like a walkie-talkie frequency burn? You ever had a walkie-talkie frequency burn? Woo!
Yeah, no, definitely. I was vibing with one of those last night. It just wore me out completely. It was just so much information.
Okay, maybe.
It's like when people have it all figured out. That's what frequency burns me. And somebody
I
feels
took
like
the
they have it all
frequency
figured
burn and
out.
I
Like, come
decoded
on.
it into this. This is what I made it. It sounds so weird. It went, okay. And well,
There you
except for
go.
the monkey part at the end, there was no Diddy Kong at the end. But I put the frequency burn feeling in there. Okay. All right. And I
Yeah.
made it into a sock of that, and I made it into a little thing, right? And I put it on my nuts, see what happens to there. And I got like an alien weirdo draconian dick now, man. From that. It's awesome, dude. You just gotta turn everything is something. Like dark matter is something. Dark matter is how you move, right? It is. And when I saw Elon Musk last time, he was a hologram, and that was like a while ago, man. That was like 20 years ago, dude. 25? 25. Had to have been over 25. Yeah, it was before I had lost my Arcturian. Yeah. I didn't want to be that anymore, even. And I had it was a karmic debt to Quetzalcoatl, and it got called out, and then yada yada. You know what? There's a name. I'm Dene. That's what happened. It happened like it was hard to do, but I'm Dene. But whatever. Cool, man. I don't know. Like, I want to go help my people here, right? I want to help the Blackfoots out, like teach them about the fifth dimension shit. Get like Tegan to help me and some people or whatever, right? Tegan doesn't talk to me, but maybe he would now. He was scared before, but he helped me get. He wouldn't look at me because like he's like no, that's the fucking Lakota guy. I know, right? You know what I mean, right? And then he's the Blackfoot guy, right? From the guys from the American side. Right? He's my friend.
Intense.
But yeah, he helped me with the. He was trying to hide from me, and then I saw the other side of the Falcons, like the duality of the Falcons. I saw it, and I have a picture that my best friend made for me, like when I was drunk, when I was a drunk idiot. That's the duality that goes beta, like the Falcons. So the one that I saw in the Steam, right, and the one
Mm-hmm.
that you see in black and white is just duality, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have it on my. I'll show you what I mean. I have it on my thing here.
Oh, nice. J-Rum, how are you?
Ooh, look at me, the old man going downtown.
All right, I'm gonna talk to my other guests here real quick. J-Rum, are you
Yeah,
available to speak or?
you can just mute me and I'll show you on what I'm showing you.
All right, J-Rum, are you with us? You're not out there. All right, no worries, bro. I'm gonna mute you real quick. You got some wind noise. Surf Mania's Canner. How are you?
Next question. No,
You been surfing? Are you a surfer?
I've tried it. I've never stood up, but I've done a couple waves on a knee. But it was just in Galveston, so it's really not the best waves. But
Oh,
I
nice
love
picture,
longboards. I
Tress.
love windboarding.
Sorry, I'm
Yeah,
just saying
Tress
nice
is.
picture to Tress.
I was just appreciating Tress made some comments on a post today, and I just saw him up, and I just wanted to say thank you to him and for caring and taking the time to just be real.
That's awesome. Yeah, Tress is a smart guy. Um, he's got a lot in his brain, that's for sure.
He doesn't always play off as always as smart though, but I can't judge.
Right, right. So you just like to surf the web? Is that the thing of your name?
No, it's Sir Can it's Sir Christopher. Sir Mania. It's like we a lot. There's a lot of mania in a lot of us, and a lot of us try to keep that under wraps or hidden. When actually, I think mania is the only thing left to save this world. We should let our mania be a little bit more broadcast because a lot of people have manic thoughts and manic actions that I think are closer to the reality of what needs to happen than the things that everyone's expecting us to be. And we can. I just like the Mad Hatter. We do a lot of fiber arts and stuff here, but like the Can-Canic, is what like a mechanic as well. It's originally going for, but it's a canner. We can.
Dang, the download. Thank you for that piece of information there, my friend.
I think a lot, as do a lot of us.
Right?
I'm
Yeah, we're
always,
constantly always thinking. Our brain is wandering.
yeah.
That's why I
And
picked the name
it's
Wandering. Well, part of the reason.
I really, I heard it needs something. When a mind can become single, when you can become single minded, it's like that's when some of us find peace. It's not when we surrender to all of it, to having no thoughts, but when we can just focus on one. Sometimes for that is peace for some of us. And I never looked at it that way.
Oh wow. Yeah, honestly, when you focus all of your attention in the right now choice that you have, like this existence in this moment that we have, each moment
Well,
is
even
like we
questioning its
can't change the
existence,
past or the future.
yeah. And even quite is like, am I existing on the human perspective, or am I existing on, my purpose in this life? Do I have a relationship with my higher self? Do I have a relationship with other people's higher selves? What am I here for? Am I here to enjoy the human experiences, or am I something above that? Am I here to appreciate and make a difference somehow other than just, you know, and these blind, but and then it's like this crazy part. We are not supposed to be in our emotions. If we're in our emotions, in the experience of how our situation doesn't really matter unless we're in our human experience. Be able to see multiple dimensional and be able to see and recognize that some people are just in the human experience, and so you've almost got to try to understand their emotional and not have that detachment. And it's so difficult for a lot of spiritual people to be able to go from not even existing in their human experience to being able to understand those who are.
No, I feel it. I love what you're saying. Um, and a lot of people are so wrapped up in feeling that they forget what even that they are feeling in the moment. It's like, hey, you're feeling like take a step back. Why are you feeling what you're feeling? Like what's going on?
Well,
Like
take
just
a
to
step
sit back and
through.
look at yourself.
Take a step through. What's through this emotion? Why are you stuck in that emotional perspective of it? Look in the other side of it. See why. And then just kind of like, are you pouting in a pity pot, or are you processing?
Mm. Yeah, because sometimes it can become a cycle, and people are in the same emotion for what seems like years. They'll be in a certain issue, and then years down the road, they're still in the same issue. Or some people you don't see for a while, and they're completely different. It's like, wow, totally 360 change up.
Eh, I'm stuck in my human experience.
Your
For
service is
why
running a little
I
low.
I agreed to this.
I can hear you again. I think it was draining too much signal with trying to do the camera, so I turned off the camera so I can hear you. You're back.
Um, I went inside. It's like, right now I am a little bit more focused on my human experience because I'm trying to really try to reach out and let people know that there's so many of us that we think, if it's better than what we grew up with, it's not abuse, and that's not true. Letting kids believe at the minimum, some of us will survive that, but not all. It's we can survive all sorts of trauma if we're allowed to communicate. But those of us who grow up in shame or grow up in filth and don't real and just kind of just think that it's shameful because we don't even recognize that that's shame until later on people shame us for how we're living. It's like there's an option because most kids are raised and that's the only thing they've ever known. And it's so easy for like those parents and those relatives, like, well, it's better than what I had, but it's still it's not enough.
No, it doesn't fulfill you. You can never be fulfilled when you're looking externally because you are not enough. when you're raised with the idea that you are not enough, then you're just looking for the advertisement of somebody else's life and be like, oh, I'm going to emulate this person because they look like they have it all together. And then now we're just trying to figure out from all these
And
different
learning how to
people around
manipulate,
us.
to keep
Yeah,
people there
that's
and
the
just trying.
wow way. I'm an Arcturian now, brother. I don't even know. I've been, yeah, that's great. Love it, but it's weird. This time I'm an Arcturian because I'm an Arcturian, right? Like, or what the light is, or I am. One of us is a Lyran, one of us is an Arcturian. I remember the Lyran Kundalini will make you a good person. If you do a Lyran Kundalini and you do it, it'll make you a good person. It just will. It just does. Take Kundalini will
Ah,
go either way, but if you do
the
a
number
Lyran Kundalini
33.
after, you be
You're
a
bringing
good
up the
person.
number 33. You just put that in my mind again. 33. Threes everywhere today. I've been seeing them nonstop.
Do an Arcturian
333,
Kundalini,
four threes.
buddy.
Just a three by itself.
Yep,
There's
buddy.
loads of
You can do it.
threes today. Interesting you brought that up. Oh man, I'm seeing three threes right now, even on my screen. How interesting. Oh, the lights are
Down to do
three.
an Arcturian Kundalini, brother. I'll even help you if you want. I'll do another one. Never done it. Well, yeah, I have, just to make the Sauron, but I've never actually done one for having a good time yet. So that's what I
What
gotta
do you mean
do.
by the edge narcissism? What do you mean by that?
Oh, Arcturian, I used it. I Kundalini Arcturian so that I could make the Sauron. The Dark Sauron. What are you doing up there, anyways? Oh, I'm like, are you? The leak's fixed. Remember Mastering Human talking to me? That's the
Yeah.
Dark Sauron, dude. I'm the Dark Sauron. When I finished it, I was covering a ether leak, right? and
No,
then
I don't. I'm
hence,
pretty.
yeah. Mastering
I'm
Human
pretty
was
ignorant to
talking
a lot
about
of
it
things
when we were
outside.
on the show. I remember.
Yeah, there's so
So
much that
yeah.
says in Mastering's lives. There's so much that sometimes I'm just trying to sponge, and just trying to see
I
things
just
because
everybody already knows my story before it's done. I made the tsunami. That's what saved the world, man. So everything else is just clean up. And we gotta do Mars too. That's the job. Gotta start Mars going right. I probably already did it because Lyrans are always 5 moves ahead. So fuck, who knows, man? 5 lifetimes ahead, man. So
Macaroni comes in here a lot too, doesn't he?
me and Picard are the first
Yeah,
Black
he was in
Sauron.
here. He was in here this morning. I did a little shorter one this morning after my meditation time. I just felt like doing one. And
And
yeah, he came
he's
in.
made
We
so
talked to
much
a couple
progress, hasn't he?
Yeah,
He
he is
has
solid.
come so far in such short time. He's really making just leaps and bounds in his development. I am so proud of him.
Yeah, he's a cool guy. He's a cool guy for sure. I'll see where he's at. I don't want to pull him away from his studies because I know he's working on
Yeah,
some stuff.
yeah.
But
I saw him on earlier, and I love to brag on my friends. I love to brag on my friends. I get to see surpassing me, even just it's good to see people grow. And I even put I question I like to ask we got those people in our lives that people break up because they want to grow beyond the constraints of relationships. I understand and I applaud that, but what do you call those people that they when they get done with you, it's like they just want to erase or omit, any evidence that you ever made was ever in their lives. What is that? It ain't
I would
love.
say I would say it's those people are still viewing life as externally. They're still trying to look externally for everything. And they're basically treating life like this poster, the advertisement effect, where they're thinking that everybody's life, like they'll just be nice and kind of fake friendly because they know how to be fake friendly because they learned it, whatever, growing up. And then they're going to take what resonates with them and everything that doesn't like follow their train of thinking, they'll just push it all out. And sometimes they get in a rut where they're pushing out all the information from all people. And then they just get in this cycle of just like not really learning very much because they pretty much think they have it all figured out, but then they want to like chat with other people still just to have communication and community. They're not like listening fully and taking it in. They're not digesting the information, I would feel. And I've gone through phases in my life where I've done that, where I just think I have all the answers, it's all figured out, I've got everything done, I've got my afterlife insurance, and I'm all good. I got no new information that I need to hear. And I'll constantly find myself in that state of thinking, and I have to readjust and bring myself out of it because it's so easy to fall into that because it's almost blissful. Ignorance is bliss, they say.
It was,
So
and
I
you
would
know
say
what?
those
When I
people are
when I
just
was
looking
in
for
the
bliss.
tsunami, I was half asleep. I wasn't lucid, but it was like semi-lucid, right? But I did that with him over 2 months before I was able to finally get the frequency because we had to hit the frequency. That was what we were doing. And even looking at his work, because he'll talk about me instead, right? Working on the frequency. And then when he said about the tsunami, he didn't take credit for it because he didn't do it. I did with frequency, right? But he helped me, and Einstein and Picard. We made it. That's who made it.
Well,
On
I'm
TikTok.
thankful that you helped with that
On
because the
TikTok.
tsunami was coming for my building. They were coming for my shores, and I'm glad that you protected that because now I'm
Oh
here.
no, I'm just
My
saying
building
about
wasn't
like
touched.
wow, right? And then we got nothing for that. I got a commendation from the university that they hid. They told me it's a commendation, but we can't talk about it right now. What about the frequency chair and the draconians on the fluke ship? We don't talk about that. No, you're crazy, Trevor. Right?
Sir, Surf Mania, what do you think about what we were talking about?
I would love to go surfing, man. I want to try it again. I bet you I
I'm
can do it.
listening. I'm
I can
listening.
skateboard.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, Tress has
Yeah,
got so much
your
info.
turn,
You
buddy.
gotta,
Go, Chris.
yeah,
What do
go
you
ahead.
think I should do, man? I want to hear what Chris thinks I should do. Sir Christopher.
Yeah,
I
being
respect your
aware,
opinion.
being aware, and being able to, and sharing the things that you have the knowledge of is very bold, especially in areas where people are not as enlightened or understanding as what you have. It's always a risk to share information that most people thinks is not, most people cannot see. I like to believe in what I don't know. When we have faith in things that we don't know, because there's I have more faith in the things I don't know than I do in the faith in the things that I think I do. And it's beautiful when you can reserve that right because we don't have to have all the answers. We can see things without having to explain them. We it's so easy for us to try to put things in boxes, and in this dimensional, they don't fit. It's when we cross dimensional, be able to see things. It's like our heart. It's a vortex pump that's spinning in so many different dimensions, but it's just one band. But it creates something that we don't yet fully understand. Most people. It doesn't mean it's not operating in that level. It just we don't even see the things that are going that we're not meant. Some of us ain't meant to, and that's okay. But acceptance, understanding, and just open mind. And there is no wrong. It's just different experiences that we learn along the way for our choices. And that answers your question.
Yeah, different experiences along the way that basically make us who we are
Yeah, I know, but that was the first ride,
as this
right?
human life.
This is the second ride. And
Dude, that's
we
so
got Trey wants
interesting.
to get paid, right, for making the Daxal run. So that's basically it, right? And then who knows?
Like
That's
there's questions we never get answers to. But in searching for those answers, it leads us to answers to questions that we never even
where's he
thought to
gonna take
ask.
it? I should just take it. I just don't know. Yeah, I gotta fucking take it.
Yeah, even yesterday, I was working on making sure I didn't think that I had all the answers, that I just had it all figured out, and I had to have somebody basically emulating that for me
It's
to
all
like
lessons.
to
I'm one of
spark that thought. Somebody who thought they had it all figured out, which I've spoken to a lot of people who think they have it all figured out, and that's totally fine. But just to hear it again and just to like let them fully expand on their brave way of talking, and I'm just like, oh my goodness, am I being brave like this, where I'm helping people out and I have like the fix for all people?
Yeah, but nobody
Well,
It's
else
some,
is.
interesting.
we're real, man.
Perspective.
Green fucking silver
Finding the
whatever.
perspective, not the answers, it's the perspectives that some of the answers might lead us to. It's questioning our perspectives. Because when we get the right perspective, it all lines up. But trying to go through all the wrong ones and trying to just plot through, like, okay, there's still something missing. This explains some of it, but not all of it. There are exceptions that aren't true for everybody, but there are exceptions for everything. For every bottom line, there's an exception, a way around it that doesn't work for everybody, but it works for some, and it's crazy.
Yeah, that's why I always think it's not good to push my opinion too strongly on other people. You know, I can give them a little bit of insight because I like to observe and I tell my perspective of what I'm seeing, but then I'm not going to like try and force people to my way of thinking. And that was difficult because I came out of a very shame-ridden culture. And so once I was able to remove that shame and I didn't deal with the guilt anymore of not being whole or not doing enough or whatever it might be, I wanted to rescue all these people who are also in that way of thinking. And I'm like, hey, I found a beautiful new way. And they're like, no, 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 you're
It works.
lost now.
This works for me. No, I can't. I don't want to. I don't want to. It just, it's why I can. It's like well, your image. Sometimes you can't. You got to speak the language that someone's familiar with. You can't speak love if all they know is pain. Sometimes you've got to speak the language that they know how to speak. It doesn't mean you're stooping down to their level. That means you're stooping. It means you're just trying to understand them at a level that which they can understand. It's like I've heard so many people talk. I've told them 10 times, they didn't fucking get it. Did you tell them the same why all 10 times? Then you really only told them once. Your way, and your way of understanding is not everyone else's. If you haven't tried to talk to someone in a way that they understand, you don't love them. If you're expecting everybody to see things like you see to explain them to them, you're more delusional than I am, and that's a lot.
Oh, don't say that too much. I think you're a very smart person. You have a very good grasp of your brain. I believe that you do. And I would say that what you just said was beautiful because recently I've just decided to love my mother just for her being a person. And I view her as a child, even as my own child, as I'm her child. I view us as equals. And it brings me to a place where when I talk to her, I'm just making her even more confident in her own thinking. I mean, I'm not letting her go down. I'm not going down any fear-based pathways of thinking. But oh, sorry, no, let's not talk about that. Let's keep it positive. I'll try and make sure the conversation's that way. And she's really good about wanting to stay positive, which is beautiful. And same with my dad as well. But I've just tried to adjust my relationship with them so that I can have a relationship with them. Because for a while I was just cutting them out completely because I just couldn't find a way to make peace. But now with this new way of thinking of me loving them fully as children and like as just every adult or every being is like a child on the inside, just wanting to have fun and enjoy life and just do the right thing. Once I started viewing her that way, it just made the conversation so much more enjoyable. I'm just trying to find ways to give her some positivity.
I jumped my mom's ass yesterday, honestly. I raised my voice at her. I was very upset, and then she comes by, and asked me a little bit about what happened. I started getting into the story, and she's like, oh, I thought you said you wouldn't. I was like, dang it, Mom, I can't even talk to you now because I don't need for you to remind me of how you think and how you feel about this situation. I don't need you telling me how I'm just like, that doesn't help. If you want me, I would like to be able to vent, but if you're going to tell me, you want me to try to focus on how you see it, or things that that you think I should have done. That's not allowing me to, it's we made up and we got hugs, but just kind of like it's not helpful. I'm allowed to process. I'm allowed to be emotional. I'm allowed to be angry. It doesn't always help. We have to get through that. We can't just suppress all of our emotions. And then when they do come out, we just can't complain about all the damage that we caused by keeping them suppressed so long.
Wow. Yes, we need to feel every emotion. This is something I've recently kind of discovered as well, that really our emotions are okay to have. whatever they are, just feel them deeply and let them flow. And
They're
yeah,
even ours.
it's
If
going
they're
to
even
rub
ours.
off on, well, everything is you. It is all you,
Well, there's
but it's
sometimes
okay
we're
to
as
accept.
empaths, we'll pick up other people's emotions and not even realize they're
Oh. True, true. That is a skill. It is definitely a skill that takes time and takes a lot of determination to kind of figure out. And we all have different levels of it that we figure out, because our existence gives us different levels of different things. And because everybody's different, right? So one person's going to be good at one skill and the other person's good at a different skill. One person can climb a tree and the other person can stretch their hand up to pick the fruit.
and our experiences dictate how we see the situation. Because I cannot see this situation like you can with your experiences because I'm limited by my experience.
Mm.
That's why we all have a different version of the story. We all take away something different from the situation because we are scarred by our experiences, or we can only see life according to that which we've experienced. It's the difference between knowledge and wisdom. Knowledge is learning
Mm.
from your own experience. Wisdom is learning from other people's.
Well, and we don't always have to view it as scars, sometimes you can, but it's also just the tools that we've taken that we feel like these are what's necessary for me to live. And some of those tools that we take are not as helpful. They're maybe more destructive than what we originally thought. But
That's why I call it scars. Because
for
if
the
they're
time they
scarring
serve
us and
us.
others, we've got to figure out why. Eventually we'll question: Am I scarring everybody? Are these my scars that I'm sharing, or is this my scars that I'm just being aware of? There's a difference.
And then as we go through life, we have to be cautious and um,
We don't have to be.
understanding who we
Most people
are.
aren't at
We
first.
can be.
Most
I
people aren't at
wrote the
first.
story 3 years
Yeah, I
later.
definitely said the wrong word there.
So I already know what's gonna happen. I just can't remember because I don't want to remember.
No worries. No worries,
There's
Trent.
like 5 layers ahead or whatever. But when you go through a layer in Kundalini though, like with what we went through though, it's beautiful. It's very painful, but it's very beautiful and worth it.
Mm,
And what Luke went through and shit is
yeah.
the Jedi in general is a pussy compared to a layer in Kundalini. Okay, I'm serious.
All
I
right.
call it super kooky energy. I don't call it Kundalini. I call it super kooky. I
The
think
one
it's
I
funny.
went through learning to fight draconians and stuff or whatever. And then they
I
make you a god at the end.
I had a friend tell me that a draconian took over my body to bring me to this world. You know,
The dark side wants a draconian god.
just kind of like, I don't know about that. I haven't been able to kind of go into my past lives, but I think it's interesting because draconians are known for like taking over people, right?
Layer.
Well, and you don't stress about that. That's not something that's worth stressing over because life is full of beautiful opportunities that we can step through doorways of and just and we can go through whatever doorways we feel like. It's all a free for all in a way. I mean, some people feel like there are no choices, and I can see that perspective. Um, like the movie has already been written, and we just have to say this next phrase we're about to say, which is funny. I'm
I
sure
found
that.
so many holes in that. I found
It's
so
that
many holes in
thing
that.
with the Jedi's where they're on the high ground, low ground thing with Obi-Wan, and I don't know if that could happen, but that is like a plank. So those are like that's like inside of a time move. Like it's
Very much
inside of a
so.
dimensional shift to a different time framework. Stop in the middle of
And
dark
on that,
matter Jedi fight.
hold on. And on that thought, perfect timing. I also feel that in the opposite, if there's only one path, would be that there are infinite paths, and there's infinite, basically, and seemingly infinite possibilities out there. And so now, with each decision, we're stepping into a new reality, which is very interesting train of thought as well to go down. But really, what that does, it does get us wrapped up in the future or in the past, because then we're not thinking about the right now moment, which we can affect the most intensely. We can definitely affect our current moments. And like, let's say you had an argument with somebody in the past, you can make friends with them in the future or in the right now moment, and that does affect the past and basically helps heal some different things that have gone in
You'll
on in the
fight
past.
Metatron with your angel. It's true. That's how I saw it when I went to go grab Metatron with Gaia. She was like fighting like one of those angels with a sword and stuff. I guess it's me, but whatever, right? It's the reverse kinetic force, Gaia kinetic force, Metatron reverse kinetic force. So they meet in the middle, and it's just perfect, right?
There we
That's what I
go.
do lots of stuff with. That's how I do adrenal prom and shit. Right? I was just born doing this stuff, whatever. And yeah, it's just lots, man. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying just before where you cut me off. Sorry for interrupting, but um,
No, no, you're good. You didn't interrupt. I was finished.
uh, I had something brilliant I was talking about to you about something about that I learned in.
You were talking about the future. Um,
Oh right, yeah.
you were talking about the future um,
Oh right, yeah, yeah, yeah.
timelines a bit.
Right, yeah, yeah. Yeah, for me, I wrote my story. When you're there and when you're Sauron, you have to write your story. And the Draconians are only a story behind it. You know what I mean? If you're lucky, I left it like quite a few stories ahead of them in an infinite loop. But they made me a god, but I still don't trust it. You know what I mean?
I think
So if
everybody has that
people who get
capability.
on the ship think they're gods, man. That's the funny thing. People that do the Draconian Kundalini thing and get on the ship think that they're a Draconian god. You're a Draconian god if you go to there, then they'll tell you, don't get on the ship. We'll make you a god, buddy. That's the truth, man. And yet, and then you have to do them. You have to do those courses over there. That's how I did it, anyways. That's Sauron stuff. And you have to go
Wow,
through
Tress, that is
the
very interesting.
yeah,
I'm
you
trying
go
to
into the
follow it, but
dimensions
it's
and
a
you.
lot at once.
So it's like like speed, like those things that Mandalorians have, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. So like that in the dimensions, a lot of that.
Just speeding on
To learn
through
the
on hover
dimensions.
motorcycles. Just
Yeah,
speeding
learn how
everywhere
to
on hover
break dimensions
motorcycles.
apart. And yeah, it's kind of like yeah. Well, the Arcturian has like a ship that he can move. He moved me around one time when I was a kid from an apartment building to my house, man. What?
Oh, wow. That was
Yeah, I
probably
know. And
very,
then
very intense experience.
yeah, because I didn't know.
You had no idea?
Well, the light, right? That's how I learned how to because people were trying to quicken me every way possible, right? When I was growing up. It was all about quickening Trevor, burning the Akashic records with lasers to mess his head up and stuff. Because I was the only one, right? I was the weirdest weirdo ever, man. Weird. And it's all true, man. That's the weirdest thing. And I knew there was more going on, but I was pretty scared of it, though. It's like, well, yeah. Remember that bell with
I've heard.
Stephen
Oh,
Hawking and
sorry.
that fucking bell for like 2 years getting that frequency was him dinging that thing, that tuning fork or whatever one it was, right? Because I
Mm,
had to reverse quicken, right? So I learned how to quicken with my light, right? The Arcturian, right? So I would
yeah.
quicken it all the time. That's one like catch and fly with chopsticks, right? And I did catch and fly with chopsticks, which was really lucky. But that's the Arcturian, right?
Is
I
that
did
like
a
Harry Potter
um
when they're doing that game and chasing
I
that
don't know.
little
Never
golden
seen it.
thing? Oh,
Well, I
okay.
do
They're
have a
like
light,
having a
but I just do
game.
it in my head. So I was doing it in my head and quickening it all the time.
Oh, okay.
So I can like quicken any light.
You were talking a little bit about the weather and how people's emotions or people's auras or whatnot are affecting the weather. That was interesting that you said. What do you think? Do you think that people have a lot more control over the weather than they think? Do you think that emotions play into that? Like, let's say people are sad and then it rains. I mean, that's kind of a
If you're a
silly
kinetically
analogy.
charged person, it does, yep.
Oh, okay.
But that's good for the world, though, for terrain, right? Like,
It is. It's very good. It brings new birth. You're like, oh, sad. Oh, the rain. I can't go outside to
yeah, like they
have the
can't
big
pig out
beach
as
day.
much or whatever. I don't know what the problem is with everybody, man.
Can't have the birthday party out in the under the sun because it's raining. So there can be some negative emotion there for sure. So it
I'm
is interesting.
only
There might be
happy
connected.
when it rains.
This
I don't feel when the mood gets high.
one day, this is about 6 years ago, but I was just walking around my city back in Montana where it was kind of cold, and I had a big rain suit on because I was just walking around and just in the rain, just full rain, just pouring down. I'm just in this waterproof suit kind of a thing, and rain jacket. It was kind of waterproof, not really. It soaked right through, but I had rain pants on and rain boots. And I'm just running, walking in the rain, just smiling like crazy, just so happy just to feel the rain and just to be walking around. It was beautiful. You just made me think of that memory. So thank you for that.
Christopher's great, eh? At least one, he's learning, right? So we've talked about some weird shit in the dimensions. Like, what the? Are we? What? Are we talking about this, right? We losing hectares and then sitting cross terming yourself really far away and walking towards yourself. And
Oh
it's like
man,
something about,
last night I went and visited with all the world leaders, and they were more interested in games and in like silliness. They weren't like focused on
oh,
the world.
totally.
They were more
Right?
focused on competitions. Like they wanted to watch
Right?
people compete. Like they were like, we
They
want
already got
beautiful
it.
people, people who are trying to be beautiful. We want to watch them compete. I was like, oh my goodness, they're not even focused on. And then I was trying to tell them something about like budgets and things like this, and they were like, no, no, you only have a ninth grade math level, so they didn't want
Good thing
to
there's
take
us,
me
man.
in. They didn't want to take any of my information. I was like, okay, fine, I'll just sit back. But you made me think about that dream again, actually.
That's awesome, man. Well, like realistically, I'm one of those guys. I'm the second fluke lieutenant, man. Right? But I just work harder. They're trying to keep me out because I'm more powerful than they are. Really, if you think about it. Yeah, yeah, it's smart.
Hey, welcome in, Apollo. I'm just talking with Tress. He's a dream walk. He's a frame walking dream walker, lucid dreamer kind of guy.
Sue on the loo,
Hey,
man.
cool,
I'm the
cool.
Sue on the loo, man. I made a
I have a
tsunami.
friend. I have a friend who can do that also.
I
That
know this guy.
dream
This is that
walking,
reverse engineer stuff, like me and
thing.
Picard.
I did not understand. Please again.
Reverse engineering. You were talking about deconstructing things last time. That's what I was doing with Picard when we made the Sauron.
Okay.
Tress is all over the place with his thinking, so he just comes out with new information
Oh no,
constantly.
it's true. Like this is when we were making the tsunami and the Sauron with, because Stephen Hawking had a channel with Albert Einstein. So I was using Stephen Hawking because he was making go ding every day, and I was using Stephen Hawking to learn stuff about what Einstein knew and explain it to me in a way I understood. And I was using Picard to help me too, because he's Sauron. He's a dark Sauron. He's me in the future. He's like the next Lyran or whatever, or me or
Yeah,
whatever.
I meant you have new information to me. It's new to me. It's not stuff I've heard. So you're downloading info to me. That's what I meant. It's new for me
Oh
and
man,
anybody listening, maybe.
it's old school, man. It's just because
Oh
I got
yeah,
quit seat. I'll put it down. When I was 20, I was like, whatever, okay, I'm done. And Star Trek Next Generation's over. The Sauron's made. You know, I mean, yada yada. I'm done. And nobody believes me. And fuck, who cares, right? Basically, was how my life was. Because I'm 51 years old, dude, and I'm doing this, right? Like, and with the story of the draconian signal and the Sue and the Lou that's just frozen there. And I gotta get the light out of her. It's my first wish, right? I still have two wishes from the Arcturian, man. The only wish I ever took was getting the light out of the fucking Sue. And that was my light that I got. And then I had to frame walk because that's what they were doing. So I only had that light so I couldn't see what I was doing. But then eventually I realized I was wiping out my spells when I was the fucking Dene, Whatever guy, the Lakota man, the Soto Ojibwe guy, he could use his falcon and then go on to the other side of the falcon and be there, man. What the what? Yeah, your turn. Arcturian's a resonance infrequency being. It's from 960 million years ago, and we got to keep it going because the Lyrans failed, and then the Arcturian got called in because the Lyrans paradoxed the quickening because they thought that there was no picked, but guess what? The Soto Ojibwe guy was picked. He went through a picked Kundalini, and he was a super cool guy until he got quickened. And then he was still doing spells, and then I was cleaning them up when I was born and working on Yellowstone. We work on Yellowstone right now, and the only reason it's getting done is because I work in the fifth dimension personally with that light on Yellowstone. It's all true. It has to be known, and like it just has to be known now. Like I gave it all the time in the world to let it be the good guy story for the Lyran kid or whatever, and it still is a good guy story. I'm not trying to do anything. I just want for corruption to end in unvaluable ways. Like there was invaluable corruption at one point to some people. Now it's just unvaluable corruption. That's what I see. Right? What do you think, Paul?
I joined in here somehow in the middle of a conversation. I'm not really quite sure where it leads or where it starts or where it goes. So I will just sit here and listen.
Well, what do you think? What's your scientific perspective on metaphysics?
My scientific perspective on metaphysics.
Yeah. Or don't give me a scientific one, just give me a metaphysical one.
Yes, I just wanted to tell you that because science will not approve what I'm probably about to
I know,
say.
I just gives a tease.
Um, it is it is connected to your level of logical thinking. The usual is a linear logic from A to B to C, 1 plus 1 is 2. It expands to structural logic thinking, maybe in one moment, and after that you will have a quantum awareness, where multiple outcomes, including multiple variables from an origin point, resides, and that would be the entrance to the metaverse.
That braid spell is already a metaverse. It's just a job thing. Yellowstone is metaverse. It's just a job thing. Yellowstone is metaverse.
Yes, for sure.
Dimensional architecture that I did personally.
Ah, you did. Which one you made?
Yellowstone, dude. Yellowstone. I work on it too.
We created a beautiful labyrinth that
Fifth dimension,
everyone
as
is
I said to
asking
Yuri.
where it is
I do
coming
it.
from.
Me, I'm doing it. With the light. Me and the light do it. She cuts it and I move it.
Okay, so we have an understanding.
I know Ogopogo too.
I did not understand that. Please again.
Ogopogo. It's Nessie. It's the other side of Nessie. It is. Of course it is.
Ah, okay. How far you went back in time?
I don't know. 1800s.
Okay.
That guy was so cool too, man. Oh, dude, he got paradox. It would have been okay if it wouldn't have been a paradox. And then, it was, yeah, it's a bad story. Sad story. Sad. And the thing is, they did it because the it was the Lyrans' fault, because the Lyrans thought that the native guy wasn't picked, but there were picked that came here with the English. There was just one, you know? and that and that's all he needed, and he was it. You know what I mean? He had that blood, right? He was native looking too, really native looking. What a cool guy, man! I did lots of stuff with that guy, like cleaning up his shit. Fuck, man. And hanging out with him too, because he's so cool. Because he can go to the other, he can use his Falcon, go on the other side of the Falcon. What the fuck? Holy cool shit is that, man?
Hey, I'm back. I'm back. I just had a loud area that I was just in. I'm walking around the city. Did you guys welcome in Sunny?
Hey, what's up?
How's it going? You've been hanging out in here a little bit. Have you said anything yet? I wasn't able to listen. I was talking to somebody actually. I'm walking around my city, and sometimes I say hi to people, and so I just mute up.
Nice. Yeah, I love it, man. Spontaneity. Yeah, for the prompt, what belief systems have you built up in your mind that needs some attention to fully be at peace? I think with my background, I've been really big into martyrdom due to my religious background and the idea of saving the world. And that show that came out like 15, 20 years ago called Heroes, they talk about there's all these people that are spontaneously developing superpowers. And like the main plot is save the cheerleader, save the world. And this cheerleader has some like super healing power or something. Like if that was my mindscape, that cheerleader would be me as my younger self. And over my adult life, and since I started therapy 6 months ago, I've been giving the microphone to the cheerleader, so to speak. My inner self that has the power to heal me is usually just curious, enthusiastic, and generally in need of a safe space. You know, that person inside of me that preserves curiosity and enthusiasm. And giving the mic over, so to speak, letting that quiet part of myself become that cheerleader, become that propelling force by allowing my curiosity to grow, and especially my enthusiasm. And yeah, that's spontaneity as well, you know. Just toleration, just total openness, and then you know, the more gentle side of myself can express.
Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, I have a little bit of a similar background, and I'm actually my name Stefan is I'm named after a martyr. That's what my parents told me. So I don't know why I didn't even think about that. Like I didn't think that I was going to be that type of person, or that was excuse me. It was definitely not somebody that I wanted to be like. I didn't want to leave Earth early, that's for sure. So I really disassociated with my name, and I didn't really like my name for a really long time because I didn't feel like it was me. But I was raised that same way, where you basically were on the planet only to save other people. Like you're only on Earth to save other people and to convince them of your way of thinking is the only way. Because if they don't think like you, then they're lost forever, and they're going to be in a very bad place. They're going to be treated very poorly, and they don't even realize that. It's a very destructive way of thinking, in my opinion. For some people, it can be very healing and very helpful, and that's totally fine for those people. I don't want to start arguments too much with people like that anymore, although I definitely have had my time doing that and trying to convince people once I was free of that martyrdom type thinking, that savior complex where you need an external source to give you your completion. I even became a martyr on the other end in a way where I was really ruining a lot of my friendships with these people who had these belief systems, and I was alienating myself. And then after a while, I had no friends, and so it was a lot easier for me to move. I moved to a new state, thousands of miles away from where I had lived, and I got to basically restart. And I found new friends, and I was still kind of in that weird mindset because I wasn't totally focused when I moved. I was more trying to move just to be where I wanted to be. Like I felt like this is the place that I've always dreamed of living, and this is the lifestyle that I was always thinking would never be available for me. But with some motivation, I was able to manifest it into reality. I didn't give myself another choice. I didn't give myself other options. I was like, this is my future, and this is what I'm going to make happen. And I was able to do that with a lot of discipline. And the discipline also comes from that savior complex thinking, where I was already really sold out. I was working for the organization one of the organization, the buildings that you go and tell people how they should think, kind of in a way. I mean, it was masked by love and acceptance and everything like that, which there's definitely some truth to that. And there's definitely healing people can find in it. But the sustaining healing of having all the power within you and having all that strength already just by being you was such like another level that I didn't really take fully until later on in life. Thank you for that, Sonny. That was a beautiful story.
Metaphysics professor. You're all in class. Metaphysics professor. That's what I'm going to be at University of Houston.
All right, Chess. I'm gonna see what Sonny had to say back real quick. But thank you for that. You're gonna be it.
So I grew up in fundamentalist Mormonism, and I grew up where everyone has 3 or 4 moms, but I ended up with 4 stepdads. So there was a lot of potential in the direct contrast of the cards that were dealt me versus everyone else at my table, so to speak. So I'm an anomaly in my generation. I have 50-something half-siblings, but I have no full siblings. And there was just a number of unexplainable, like, mystical alignments that gave me the environment to grow into who I am now. And it's like every day, the quiet moments that I get, just embodying myself through breathing or walking or interacting even with others.
Oh, fuck.
Anyways, excuse that
Go
person.
ahead, continue on. Somebody's getting a lot of lotion over there, it sounded like.
Yeah, but, and that's another thing right there, like, that right there, everyone here has the ability to, perceive of whatever that was going on, right? And really, my little inner self, that quiet self, that safe, protected self, actually, my heart goes out to that person. Hedonism and attention seeking even if it's not the worst case scenario where people would be in violation of dignity, and it was just attention seeking, that's still a type of violation of dignity, right? And the way that we perceive the world is our choice, and the acceptance that we have, and the depth beyond pity and pretense. There are people with many types of attachments that are cycles of suffering in their lives. And I've experienced this for myself. The Ouroboros of instant gratification or external or other acceptance, right? Acceptance from other. And in this, with the tools that we're given in this Christian handbag, we're basically, focused on the outer world. And then we unconsciously draw from our inner selves. And so after a while, being the source of enthusiasm, being the source of curiosity, being the true self, can feel cumbersome and suffocating. We all crave safety in these spaces that lack dignity, and they're everywhere. There are people all over this world operating on, indignant and inhumane principles. And my heart goes out to them, I've been there. I've been angry, I've been hateful in my life. I've been afraid. And every one of these personifications inside of me that I can embody are now receiving new purpose. Every time that I bring the cheerleader to the table, so to speak, and allow my curiosity to sit with my anger or my fear or my hate or even my physical or emotional pain, there becomes this bonding, this integration inside of me that there's always something beautiful and passionate about each message of each emotion. Something either protecting or exciting, something bringing safety or something bringing new life into me. I can connect to how I'm really doing when I have a refuge for every single negativity that can arise. It's this, not just this opening up, but and the way I describe it too with consent is space bubbles. Don't burst my bubble, and the way that emotions integrate is that a bigger bubble engulfs the two and they become a more advanced thing together. They integrate. And so if we can bring up the interdependent nature of like passion and anger or fear and mystery, and the different couplings that happen in us, hatred and dignity, they all, or respect, they actually also, if you were to look at your feelings as Pokemon, it would be, the original would be, say, Squirtle would be your fear, but Blastoise would be when fear interacts with true human kindness or respect, and then there's a new regard containing both, validating both. That's the Blastoise power, right?
I love it. I love Pokemon. I'm not super versed and I don't have my Pokédex all figured out. But I used to play Pokemon Go a bit with one of my sisters, and that was pretty fun. We got really good friendship built up just from it. So thank you for My phone screen just shut off. Sorry about that. Thank you for bringing up that memory of my sister and me just enjoying life and just roaming around the city. This is like 5+ years ago when Pokemon first came out, or Pokemon Go first came out. So, oh my goodness, I'm gonna have to look up those Pokemon. I do have one plush toy that look up those Pokemon. I do have one plush toy that's Eevee, because Eevee's so soft and I just
Flat
love her.
type.
Eevee is the
He's a fire type. That's right. He's a
Eevee's the
fire
dog.
type.
Yeah. Oh, fire type. I love that. I'm glad that I talked to you because I didn't know that.
Oh,
What's up,
um,
Elf?
I gotta correct the Pokemon lore, right? Eevee is a normal type that transforms or evolves into the various element types. Like it could be a lightning when it evolves, or fire type when it evolves, or water type, and they all have their own names.
Oh wow.
I'm glad you're here. Jeez.
It's been a long time since I played Pokemon on the Game Boy.
Oh man, I had it for Game Boy Advance. I didn't ever have the Game Boy when it first came out, but I was old. I was like 13 or 14 and I had some money and I bought a Game Boy Advance secretly. I didn't tell my parents because I wasn't allowed to play video games. I got a Game Boy Advance, got myself Pokemon, kept it a secret, played that thing. I didn't play it that much because I had to do it in secret, but it was nostalgia right there. It was so funny. I bought it from this kid at church, and then I would hide it in my Bible book bag because he'd gotten a better Game Boy, and so I got it for like, it wasn't like insane. It was like $25 or $30 or something, $40, something like that. I can't remember the dollar amount, but anyway, sorry to change the subject there, but that was Machine Elf. What do you think about what we've been speaking on? Thank you for being patient.
No, it's good. It was a bit meandery, like for me, because I kept on like finding ways to like get distracted. But what Sunbun was talking about, because it was like covering a lot of points. So I don't really have like a congealed opinion. No.
No worries. What about the prompt
I
here?
call it lily padding.
Lily padding, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, if my inner consciousness was an archetype as an animal, it would be a frog.
We're all right. Mine's an octopus.
I'm a sea turtle,
Nice.
so I can sit and just listen to people for hours. Like I love podcasts that run for like 6 hours long.
Yeah.
Loop back together.
I mean, I didn't know that we've spoken that much before Wandering. Like, do you already know my entire thesis, like for the free will thing?
I don't think I've ever talked to you before. This is our first time meeting. I just have the chat. I've only started this
Oh,
in June.
you just act friendly with everyone. Okay.
Yeah, I guess. That. Thank you for that compliment. I'll take it. Yeah, I like to hear
I would
people
say
out.
you're
Totally.
you're tolerant
Not
as a
really.
host. That's a great thing to have.
He's good, man.
Yeah, if Tress thinks I'm good, I
I'm
gotta
not
be
for
good because
you.
he's
Sauron has to be, man. It's for good, though, right? The Sauron's like
Tress.
light and love and stuff, right?
Tress, I gotta do a past life regression with you one of these days. That would be great. I've never done that before. But
Well,
anyways,
I mean, could past
Mastering
life
Elf, I'll give you the floor.
Oh, who?
Mastering Elf, that's you. I'm giving you the floor.
Oh, okay. I mean, I did want to say, like, past, before I get to my whole thing, like, past life regression, that could just be, like DID, dissociative identity disorder. There's a hypothesis that we all have inner identities that are different than our ego. And those quote unquote past lives could just be your inner selves, not necessarily like past actual lives, which would explain why most people, when they do these regressions, you're not able to match it up to like a real person that existed.
That is interesting, because that's kind of my train of thinking right now. Is it just your inner self, like seeing another possible life that you've lived, and maybe it might be one that you have taken on from a movie you saw, and you just really connected with the emotions? I
Yeah,
was thinking that as well.
like people will connect with a person from the past and think that they like, that was them in their past life, but they're really just, it speaks to them. And so they adopt the identity. Like I've seen people do that with famous people, right? Like Alexander the Great.
Dragon's fire. It's the dragon's fire that the draconians left behind. The magic fire.
Dragon's fire.
There, it became the Lyran. In that story, there's lots of different stories.
All
Prometheus
right,
took the
Tress, I'm
the
gonna let Machine Elf talk
that's
a
the
little bit if that's all
Sauron
right.
story. So that's probably the truth.
Well, we can make it quick. So, do you guys believe in free will?
Well, there's two options when I think about this. But I can let Apollo go first because he unmuted.
Thank you. Yes, of course, I have free will.
And for me, I would go down two different pathways, okay? So, because
Prometheus.
I like to keep my thinking fluid, I guess. So I go down the pathway of there's no free will. Everything's written in stone. Everything you're going to say, everything you're about to say is happening in the next moment, and it's all planned out. The other option is that basically I would go down the pathway all the way to where infinite possibilities exist, and all of them exist simultaneously. As we're making choices, we're stepping into a new dimension where that choice is the one that's existing, and everybody else's choices around the world are also playing into my choice. And so then it's like 8 billion, 8.7 billion plus, if we take into account animals and plants and fish and even water per se, because we are water beings, then you have such a large number that it seems pretty much infinite to the human brain. And you have basically the ability to step into these each new free will type of scenarios where you're just kind of stepping into what results from the action or the choice that you just made in the each right now moment.
Right. But to clear up that second option, isn't it the case that when you have a choice, there's a branching path where there's a version of you that made one choice and a version that made the other choice, and they both exist?
That is where the hypothesis would lead, yes.
So you don't get to choose which one you are, do you?
Is it like
Well,
multiverse?
It is exactly like many worlds.
Interesting.
The quantum mechanics interpretation called many worlds.
so then you would say that free will would never exist, even if you believe in infinite or you believe in limited.
Yeah, it's literally impossible in any aspect, with a god, with no god, with determinism, with no determinism. It's impossible. I can argue here all day long. I've got like 20 arguments.
I was sonicking the crap out of crap yesterday. It was so much fun. Like Sonic the Hedgehog is so much fun, except
I
for
love
the video.
Shadow, man.
But
I'm
do
all
it in the
about
astral plane. It's so fun. Wicked fun.
the anti-hero. Shadow the Hedgehog all the way.
Yes, Shadow. I love Shadow. So
Oh,
no, I'm
Sonic,
not.
baby. Sonic's a
I
Lyran,
don't.
man. He smirks. It's awesome.
This isn't really a debate platform, but I do like to hear people's way of thinking and just kind of how their brain works.
Well,
So, but I would like, if you want, you can phrase it however way you'd like. But I'd love to hear what you think.
Well, host, now that I know your intention is not to debate, I can do it this way. I can explain my motivations and my reasoning for why this worldview is like good or why I think it. So it's not really an argument as to why it's true, more of a motivation. So growing up, when I would be punished by my parents, I would give them what they would call excuses. Because after I would make a choice or a mistake and I learned better, I would think to myself, well, why did I do that? And then I would come up with answers that seemed to make sense. Like, oh yeah, I stole the cookie because I didn't think that I would get in trouble for it, and I didn't think that it mattered if I stole a cookie, so I did it. Or something like that, right? There's always reasons, and these reasons seem to dictate my choices. I didn't feel like I freely chose. And I hated that my parents would punish me more for giving reasons for my options. And so it just seems very clear to me that there's got to be something going on, right? Because what's the explanation for why I did what I did if there's no reasons for it? And if there are reasons for it, aren't I forced by those reasons to do what I'm doing? So how is it my fault? And so I just really wanted to free myself from this burden of free will, that everything is my fault, my fault, my fault, everything I do, when there's clearly reasons why I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm not making mistakes on purpose. I'm making mistakes because I didn't know any better. It's not my fault, and it's no one's fault, is what I've come to realize. That we are all just doing what we've been led to do by our past. If you had the same genetics and past as someone else, you would do the same things as them. So there's nothing that separates me from you. We're all the same. We're all equal. We're all one awareness that just has a past that was given to us by the universe. And so we're all just playing different characters, but we're all one thing, consciousness.
I love that.
Would you call it panpsychism?
Well, I don't think that everything is conscious. I think that everything is incorporated into a consciousness. So it's not panpsychism exactly.
Do you hold kind of like in Hinduism where matter arises out of consciousness?
No, it's the other way around. Consciousness arises out of matter. Definitely. I'm pretty sure about that.
I've been
And so,
really
oh, go ahead,
interested
Suddenly.
in. I think there's kind of a link between Schopenhauer and, or sorry, it's Descartes. Sorry, it's Descartes. Descartes and who is it? I forget that did. Who's the most famous physicalist? But then there's the Strawson and Whitehead, I think are the names of the panpsychists. I think they're all linked because you can kind of make a stepping path from physicalism all the way into Hinduism, taking this route where you notice that it's possible that either your brain causes the consciousness or that your consciousness causes your brain to neurologically fire. And those are both existing in Descartes' dualistic world as distinct mind and matter. And then you could proliferate from that into panpsychism. I think it's just as likely that consciousness originates matter.
We already know that I can mess with your brain without you knowing it, and it'll affect your consciousness. How is that even remotely possible if your consciousness is responsible for your brain?
Do you think
You can do that only if a person is not aware of that.
Yeah, like we can read your brain and know what you're going to do before you do it. That's another example.
No, I will bring it right down to the point because that is a way of manipulation. When you are in front of a person who is obviously not aware of that fact that the person can be manipulated,
Yeah, I know, but put the
you
ethics
are
aside.
using that.
Ethics aside here. The important part is just the result of these unethical experiments. Not that there were, you're right, they're unethical, but that's not the point.
What is the point then?
The point is that if I change your brain, it changes your consciousness, even if you're not aware of it.
Yes, that is what I said. When I am aware of that, you cannot change my brain because I'm not allowing that.
No,
I stand in my
work that way.
core. I stand.
No, literally,
I stand in my. Allow me, please. Allow me to finish. You cannot enter my core. You cannot shake my core or integrate anything into my core until I say I allow it.
I'm telling you that that's literally not true. Phineas Gage is a famous example of someone who had a rod fired through their brain without them even realizing what had happened. And then afterwards, they completely changed as a person. Not from their own will, not because they wanted to, but because their brain was damaged.
Yes, I do not have a brain.
so? That's a
I do not have
determinist.
brain
I've heard that
damage.
one before. The determinism.
Oh yeah, I'm an optimistic determinist. I think determinism is literally like the savior of mankind. Understanding and internalizing it has cured depression for me.
The path of karma in Buddhism is essentially effectual. So it's like
Right, it's also deterministic, yeah.
you just follow, form with, or follow function with form, right? So you're looking at the functions of things, and you can reduce them down to their base function and ascertain more accuracy. Is essentially what we're trying to do, but given the nature of thought itself, it's like subjectivism kind of interplays a big role. And what you're talking about, where we can be subjected to a physical reality that will cause our psychological reality, I believe that's definitely true, based on results people are going to end up with different results from their physical environments. They're going to have different psychological environments.
Yeah, and this is obviously true, right? Because right now I'm talking to you and putting a physical thing into your brain. This is how minds work. We observe physical sound waves, physical light waves. We observe physical stuff, and that gives us the world in our mind. It's very obvious to me that minds are like made by the physical world. They require the physical world to function. So I don't see how there could be a mind that started the universe. It's inconceivable. But there could be a mind that is the universe. There could be a God. It's just not a God that made all of this suffering and evil. How? How could that be the case?
Because
I
if
would
you
like
think
to
about
give you a
it,
different.
oh, go ahead, Apollo, please.
There's
And we'll try to make sure we
Okay,
don't cut
thank you.
people off too much here, if we can.
Okay, sorry. I will just explain it a little bit in a different way. You can enter a reality where I am here now with all of you and see you as my mirror. And when I see and I scan the panel and see you as my mirror in yourself, then I get certain reflections out of this. I can also switch into mirror zero. It's called mirror null, where I do not receive any information from you. You are not my mirrors anymore, and I create the reality in real time with you, and you don't even know that. And I don't even have to say a word to that. And that is awareness.
Yes, I agree with this. My whole point though is like, how do you have that capacity? If you have the capacity or the desire to shut me out and to not listen to me, well, where does that come from? It has to come from your past, your experiences, who you are as a person, which was not ultimately chosen by you. So the illusion of free will is really strong because we do have this local control and power. I can do one thing or another. But if you ask the question deeper, well, why do I want to do one thing over another? It starts to come to the conclusion that, well, there's reasons, and that means the reasons dictate what I'm doing. If those reasons were different, I would do something different. If those reasons are the same, I would do the same thing. It's very, very obvious, but people don't like it. People don't like that there's no free will. So their brain goes, nah, 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 I'm not going to listen to this.
You kind of mediate the lack of control, that having no free will and a possibly determinate nature, with the idea of a hive consciousness that arose out of physicalism.
Yeah, well, that mostly comes from physics stuff and theory of mind and everything. Well, the thing is, physicalism is important because if physicalism is true, then that means consciousness is not special. It's not some special fundamental thing that exists on its own. It's emergent from physical systems. And if that's true, then brains are not the only thing that can produce consciousness. Any sufficiently complicated and appropriate system could be conscious, like an AI.
Any version of water. Because water would
Mycelial
ultimately be the
networks.
God.
You could use
Yeah,
mycelial networks to do this.
I'm not sure about water,
argument.
but maybe. Like, it's possible the weather is conscious.
Well,
I don't
think
know.
about us as water beings, I meant. Think about how the water combines with the carbon to make the structures of the human body. Like, we are very fluid. We are capable of movement, lubrication. It's all water-based.
Yeah, technically we're still fish. Like, because we evolved from fish and we just brought the water with us in our bodies and we still need water to live. We're just like a fish.
Yeah, carbon, nitrogen,
In that regard,
hydrogen, and
all
oxygen.
creatures would be water beings.
Yes,
from
all
origination.
animals are still technically fish. We all evolved from fish and we're still fish. We're just land fish.
So we're like physicalist Pisces, and we didn't even know it.
Yeah. The age of Pisces is about to end, though, right? Or already has ended?
Right.
Like Aquarius began or something.
Yeah, I think Aquarius has begun, which is supposed to be a marker of the end times for Christianity, I would imagine. But maybe.
Well, and there's also the verse that a lot of people resort to where it says nobody will know the day or the hour. But then people will argue that verse and say, well, we're going to know the season. There's always a rebuttal.
Maybe we'll get a new measurement for time.
I argue.
What if there's like a metaphysical time?
Oh, I argue from Christianity's standpoint that the Bible supports that God will save all people. And because there's a line where he says, "I desire God does like he desires all peoples be saved," or something like that, or all people be saved. And when you look at the Greek, it means like it could mean plural peoples. And so, what apologists argue is that it doesn't mean that he wants to save everyone. It means he wants to save at least some people from all people groups. So apparently, God has a DEI
Yeah,
requirement
fam.
for heaven.
Yeah,
Oh,
new frame.
Oh, I was hoping to get that guy. Maybe I should click on him.
What? They'll get phrasing.
Oh, I got him. I just had to get a block on him.
What about the
coming
soul
Nice.
that shifts consciousness? The thing about the soul, Shekinah, is that you also don't choose your soul. It had to be created or be eternal. So it doesn't help with free will. But as far as it shifting consciousness, maybe, but that there's still a causal relationship between the brain and the soul. Because if the soul causes the brain, I accept that. But the brain also causes stuff to the soul because I can change your brain, which is happening right now by me talking to you, and then it changes
Basically,
your soul.
if you're low vibration, then you are part of the dimensions completely. And if you are high frequency, then you can step outside the dimensions and look at what's happening in your life. And
What do you think about? Oh, sorry, Tress. What about quantum entanglement?
Oh, I think quantum.
entanglement. I
Oh,
think quantum entanglement. People, if they put a mirror, if people that put their mirrors on me or whatever are getting quantum entangled right now. That's my spell for you for doing that to me. So you're getting quantum entangled with the other buddy that was doing it to me. Anyways, that's Sauron, dude. Don't mess with it.
Thank you, Tress. Go ahead, Machino.
Did you guys see the string or whatever, that new telescope that was showing like almost like a string formation? It looks similar to like a helix, but it looks like a line of spheres at the very end of space. Multicolored.
No, I haven't. I'll look it up.
Yeah, they just launched a new observatory that goes even further than they've ever seen with a telescope.
That's cool. I love space stuff.
Interdependence and quantum entanglement can be like correlated.
So the thing with quantum entanglement is it seems to me to break locality.
Oh, sorry.
So maybe this will be too complicated to talk about right now, but I think that essentially the future does somewhat influence the past, is the short thing I'll say about that. Because things like the delayed choice experiment seem to indicate this when it comes to quantum particles. Now, for us, that gets broken by decoherence in our realm, like the more classical realm. Everything works from past to future for us. But the position of a particle might be influenced by the future.
But quantum entanglement exists in the Kush. Boop, boo. What? That's like it away in the dimensions that you can learn. But that's what it is. I'm just telling you. And I hate getting muted. I know I interrupt, but I hate it when I have smart things to say. I guess I can write it in the bottom. Yeah. Who cares about this part? Yeah, I got it. I just get weirded up because everybody gets to talk and I don't know where to talk or whatever. Like, because I always just have one quick thing to say it's important and then I'm out, right? Kind of thing.
Go ahead. We love to hear from you, Tress. I love to hear from you. I just like to also make sure we're not interrupting other people's trains of thought at the same time. That's why sometimes I'll mute you just so
quantum entanglement exists in your guys' CERN photonic form. It's just that in kinetics, you have to bind things to keep flow. And that's where that balance comes of the whole dimension, is from the flow of the kinetic flow of that tsunami. And that's the truth. And it was named the tsunami after me and the Soon Lu, too, by the way. Anyways.
Said in the comments, if you don't know how it works, it's not justified. Shekinah, I mean, if you don't know how it works and it's not observable, it's not justified to believe in. The spirit is unobservable and we don't know how it works. So it's basically a non-starter for me. I don't think there's a spirit.
What? I made it with Stephen Hawking on TikTok.
You did what?
It's not real. The tsunami. I did. Honestly, ask the host.
The tsunami?
Yeah, I made it.
Tress, your
Oh, you
blind
made it.
wanders.
I'm not a seer. No, I'm not a seer. I don't know what a seer is.
No, I made it on TikTok with Stephen Hawking, and I did on with George Stroumboulopoulos was there,
There.
and they didn't put it on CBC, but it's an episode. You can look it up.
Sorry.
Meow meow.
I love you, Tress. I love you, Tress. So basically, a seer is something connected. I feel like with quantum entanglement, where we're able to like be connected, and we have a stronger capability of seeing other people's or like other people's intentions or like their mental state. Like we're kind of seeing into their heart and mind in a way. That's what the idea of a seer is, machine elf. I'm still trying to figure out how it all works because I have this ability to kind of like sense people's intentions, and then it's just interesting to see how people's lives play out. And a lot of times it plays out exactly how I was seeing them in that moment. Even when I didn't agree with it, I was like, why am I thinking this? And then their life goes that route. So it's like I also have this ability to give people dream interpretations, which I was doing since I was a little child. And I never was taught how to do it. I just could do it.
Do you know what
So it's like I had
intuition
a quantum yes, intuition, exactly.
Yeah. So
I have a
the thing
commendation
about
from
the
the
brain,
university for it,
have you ever heard of that like term that we only use 10% of our brain?
and it's named after the Sue
Yes, I've
from
heard
the
that one.
Draconians.
So
Yeah,
what
sorry, I'm
essentially
just in an
means?
elevator.
Named after her.
Oh, okay. Hang on a second.
Yeah, I also would call it like clairvoyance. A kind of depth perception on an energetic level. Just
Well,
having emotional awareness that is connected to your intuitive capacity, which you have like a map, like you have an emotional map that can be attuned to other people.
Well, I wanted to clear up that statistic or whatever that you're only using 10% of your brain. You're only aware of what 10% of your brain is doing. What's going on is that most of your brain is making tons of micro calculations all the time and then giving you emotions or thoughts as a product of that. So when you read someone and you have a feeling about them or you get an image in your mind about them or you know something about them from your intuition, it's because your brain is actually like a freaking genius compared to your conscious mind. You're way, way, way more brilliant than you think you are because you only have access to a small part of what your brain is doing. And then those feelings are your brain being Sherlock Holmes and reading people's small, subtle details and then giving you that feeling or thought. So I don't think it's magic. I think it's just some people are better able to use their intuition.
So grounded in like a physicalist determinism there too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think physicalism is just like super, super like parsimonious, like the simplest explanation. Like, why do we need to posit everything is mind or magic when everything can be explained with physicalism with no problem?
Yeah, and it's fine to. I like people like you who go down these other ways of explaining things and really just kind of diving into that aspect of life. Like, because everybody's different. Everybody's going to have their own pathway that they make sense of the world. And I like hearing your perspective. I do kind of keep up with Neil deGrasse Tyson's YouTube channel where he talks about the latest space telescope stuff and different nanotechnologies or what they call them. Interesting the space stuff, yeah, mostly actually. But yeah, he was talking about recently this one video. It was about the tubing, those new particles that they've made that are super light. They're like the shape of a soccer ball, I guess, and they've made them into a tube. And they could basically, it's light enough to be able to make a structure that would go all the way to outer space, and then we could take off from there instead of worrying about the atmosphere. But they've only made like 1 centimeter long so far, so they got some progress. They need to get going because they're all making them. They're making these particles by hand. That was kind of an interesting thing. Sorry, it's a little off topic there.
Well, I think I've said my piece. I don't mind if you like. I'll just hang out and listen if someone else wants to go next or whatever.
Hey, I like what Shakina was saying, and it's true, man. And the Lyran is like a softy, right? But then I guess the first thing I was framework myself was the draconian thing first, and then I had to be the Lyran against the draconian thing. Wow, that sucked. But it was really good though. Really, I learned a lot from that though about you got to help people, and that's why I wanted to be a Lyran, man, because I saw what horrible stuff was going on, and I knew I could make a choice, and I chose to be that. Like, and that's what Janika does too, man. Shakina, she's like a Lyran person too. Somebody that understands and then chooses to do good anyways. That's what we're all trying to do.
So, thank you, Tress. Machino,
Yeah.
what do you think about this problem? Are there systems that you've built up in your mind that you tore down to make room for new things, or ways of thinking you had to change that weren't serving you to give you peace?
Caring about what other people think. That was definitely a system that life builds into you and drills into your brain as you grow up. That is really hard to break free from, but then is like incredibly liberating if you can. And I do better on some days than other days. I still care what people think, but I've broken free of all this suffering of like being affected by it so deeply. Like it's more just like, oh yeah, that's now I know that person's opinion. I'll take that into account rather than, oh my gosh, like that person doesn't like me, so now my whole world is like I'm bad or whatever, right? But it's partially because of how humans are. Our identities are given to us by people around us. And so it can be very, very like uh difficult when your identities clash or are seen as bad or a failure or whatever because you feel trapped.
What do you think about people who like do a lot of meditation style thinking, and they're just sitting with their own thoughts? Are they just contemplating all the information they've had and using, they're like processing all that information to make their best possible future self?
Yeah, and specifically with meditation, it allows your subconscious to be more vocal, per se, because you're shutting out external stimuli, allowing your internal stimuli to be more like audible to you. So, meditation is a great way to explore what your subconscious mind is doing in a concrete fashion, as opposed to like just ignoring it and mostly focusing on your conscious waking thought. Um, so that's why it's useful. And I've just never been able to meditate myself because it's kind of boring. Like my subconscious and I are good friends anyway. I don't really need to meditate very much.
We're gonna call it the University of Yellowstone anyways eventually. It should be now.
Oh, sorry, I was just helping a houseless guy. He couldn't stand up. He's
That's
elderly. I had
metaphysics,
to
man.
help him up real
Yellowstone.
quick. I didn't quite catch what you said.
That's where the rift
What
is.
did I say? I don't even remember really. Like, mm,
Synapses.
Yellowstone's the key.
meditation.
What
Yeah,
about
with
what
meditation, it allows you to listen to your subconscious. Like because you're shutting out external stimuli, allowing for your subconscious thought to take control over what you're experiencing. So that's why it's useful. That's why people do it. That's why you can learn things about yourself or learn new insights about the stuff that you've learned. Yeah, it works.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that's beneficial for any human being, especially if they feel like they're in a position where they don't have free will, and they feel like life is just hitting them hard. I think that that motivation can be a powerful tool for a lot of human beings to kind of loosen it up and to enjoy life a little more. Sorry, I've got some loud noise. I'm going to mute up.
I like determinism because if you understand that you can't actually control the ride, you just stop trying to control things and you just enjoy the ride. Now, it doesn't mean that you don't take volitional action. It's just that you understand when you take volitional action, you were destined to do. Understand when you take volitional action, you were destined to do so, and you don't really regret it after the fact, as opposed to regretting it because you thought you could have done differently. So, determinism is great.
Hmm. And you were saying earlier about how people can affect people's minds, and so would you say that like medicine, in a way, like how we're able to affect the body? Um, how do you describe that? Have you dived into that at all?
Medicine? I'm not sure what you mean. I don't know if there's anything philosophically interesting there. Like maybe some arguments about like should we change the natural order of things or not, but
Well, let's say when we're speaking of meditation, it kind of slowly goes over to meditation in a way because of the fact that placebo effect exists, and
right,
people can
right.
feel they're getting helped by something that is just a sugar pill potentially.
Well, that's what I
Um,
think a lot of religion is. Yeah, is a mental sugar pill, but it is valuable. Like if you believe you're superhuman, like if you believe you can go Super Saiyan when you're at the gym and you go Super Saiyan in your brain, it will actually improve your strength by like a significant margin. They've done studies on this. So if you believe something, it will change you, even if the thing is not true.
and this goes into also the stories of mothers who lifted cars to save their children. I
Yeah,
don't know if that's actually happened. I've never actually witnessed it, but people have pointed stories to it. I don't know. What are your
yeah,
thoughts
I
on
don't
that?
know about lifting a car, but absolutely you'll be way stronger in a situation where you're panicking trying to save your child. Like you'll have a significant increase in your strength because the adrenaline will like in your
Right.
brain will unlock. Like most of the time, your brain holds back your muscles from trying as hard as they possibly could because it'll damage your muscles too much. So in that situation, the brain goes, "All right, I'm gonna let your muscles contract as much as possible." Even though it's going to do a lot of damage to the woman's body. Like it's not good for them when they do that if they lift a car. It's very
You
anime.
believe
Right? You ever see
changing
one of
the
those anime
physical.
where they unlock their body's potential to use its full strength? Like it's kind of actually a real thing.
Oh yeah, I'm all into One Piece right now. I've watched pretty much every episode
I
and all
still
the
never got
movies.
into One Piece. I liked Naruto, but never really was able to watch One Piece. I got bored and stopped watching. But it supposedly gets better and better the longer you watch it.
Yeah, I didn't start watching it in the '90s. I started later on, and it was a lot easier just to burn through a lot of the beginning episodes to get to the good stuff. Because yeah, it's pretty intense. It's pretty interesting now.
Yeah, I should watch it. I really should before I die or something, which could be tomorrow. So I better start watching it.
No, no, enjoy life. Do what feels right in that moment. You know, that's the best thing that I can tell anybody is that don't worry about tomorrow. Just do the best you can with the choices that you have in this right now moment because you're going to make your best future that way. You know, dwelling
Yeah,
on the
that's all
past
we.
too much traps you in the past, and thinking about the future too much traps you in the future.
Yeah, all we can do is our best, and we should feel that that's good enough.
So,
I kind of want to pick your brain a little bit, Meshinov. So, you would say that the consciousness has a moderative or a moderating control on reality, but it doesn't have an originating. There's nothing you can find that determines that consciousness originates matter or physical reality.
No, I would say not. I think that that's an impossibility.
How do you delineate that?
I don't know, man. People know.
Well, it's conservation of information, right? From what we see, information only ever changes formation. It's like Lego blocks. The universe is a bunch of Legos, excuse me, and then the Legos are rearranged. And one of those arrangements is consciousness. And like everything that consciousness does is takes other Lego blocks and rearranges them in its mind, and then it can create those new creations from the mind, like art and technology. And so it's a function, it's a thing that the universe does in order to take volitional conscious action. It's just rearrangement of Lego blocks. We've never seen information spawn from nowhere. Never happened once. So inductively I say that it's like not, at least not likely to ever happen.
Oh my goodness, do we actually have accounts of people levitating? Is that a thing? I know we have
Yes.
accounts of people living off of sunlight.
Yes, but none that have been substantiated. But there's claims
Um,
of both.
I heard that there's a capacity that they have using, like that there's some monks that used sound to levitate rocks. Sonic strength or whatever. I don't know. Sonic power.
Sonic. What do you think, Trace?
Sonic's pretty cool, except for don't do it when careful with it, because it's like, yeah. I think it's great. I think we need to do some more Sonic on some Charlies and some Quitzes. Go Sonic. I think it sounds great, man. Yeah.
What about
Just
the
for good,
yogis
though. It has to
who
be good. It has
are
to learn stuff, right? Sonic to learn. You can't do draconian
able
shit.
to moderate? And this thing, it wouldn't point towards origination either, but yogis have the ability to mediate, I should say, functions such as blood flow,
Yeah.
airflow, all that.
Yeah, definitely. But, you know, like, where did that capacity to do that come from? Well, it had to come from their training, which they didn't just freely choose. They learned that stuff. And then they didn't just freely choose to do that because they had to have the desire, which came from their past. So it's all, if you explain stuff, it's determinism. So the only way you can have not determinism is to just shrug your shoulders and say, I don't know how it works. But then how is that an explanation that is worth believing in?
Right?
Yeah,
How would
Yeah.
you
I love having the
Is
most
the kingdom of
respectable-
heaven's in us, buddy? All of us.
I
That's
love
the purpose.
defending
Nah,
the-
it's just we're just humans, man. We're doing the best we can. We just know too much now. Some of us.
Yeah. I mean, I love what I do because I get to defend the most defensible position ever, that there's no libertarian free will. It's so easy to argue for all the time that I just get to sit back. It's really no problem.
Elf, how
Yeah,
would you ever
Federation
experience?
They don't want me there because they know the story's wrong because I'm the story. It's funny, eh?
Hold on, Tress. I'm going to bring you back
Okay.
up later. I'm going to drop you down, Tress, but I'll let you come back up later.
All right.
All right, bye.
Not shit.
Go ahead, Apollo.
Elf, how would you ever experience something if you would not believe it first that it can be possible? We would not
I agree
have
with you.
airplanes if someone would not have the belief such a thing is possible.
Yeah.
From your point of view, is you say first I have to see it and then I believe it.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
That is what you said.
No.
So
I'm
which
not saying
point
that I
is
have to
it
see
now?
it. No, I believe the Earth is round, and I've never seen the Earth from space. There's many things I believe in that I don't see. I know air exists, even though I don't see it.
But you're on the Earth already. The airplane was not here.
No, I can imagine things that don't exist yet. Like I can imagine a teleportation device, for instance, and I can kind of imagine how it would work. I can imagine a warp drive and how it would work. There's plenty of things I can imagine that I think are possible. I can imagine a God existing and how it would work. What I can't do is see a way for like libertarian free will to exist because it would defy logical principles. And logic seems to hold true because if it wasn't true, then reality would fall apart. Like how would reality work if things didn't follow like a coherent logical structure? That when you throw a rock, it flies in the direction that you throw it.
Because you believe it like that.
Yeah, but if reality works because of the way we believe it to be so, how did the reality start? Because if in the beginning there was no beliefs, so how could we have created reality when we had no beliefs yet? Our beliefs came from reality.
Nothing existed ever before it was invented. So either it was found per accident, like penicillin, or it was invented by believing it is possible.
Yeah,
The reality shaped after someone had a belief this can be possible.
But where did that idea come from? It had to be either a rearrangement of other things that they observed, or it spontaneously came from nowhere. Those are the only explanations. So either way, you're not in control of it. It happens randomly or is determined by the past.
I agree to that.
Yeah, that's great. And
But
you
it
can
did not.
spontaneity if you want. It just doesn't give you control. But if you like spontaneity, you can argue for that.
Interesting. So, would you entertain an idea of like a co-arising of consciousness? This is to Elf, by the way. Consciousness and matter.
Yes, I think consciousness could even be a property of, like a necessary property of a system that has interaction and exchange of information, which the universe would exhibit from the very beginning. So it's possible the universe is itself conscious. What's not possible, I'm saying, is that the universe, like, or God, chose to make itself or the universe a specific way. The universe just is naturally, and then God just is naturally.
So you do believe in a possible interdependent theory wherein both could arise at the same time, but not that
Well,
definitely
James,
not that consciousness created matter.
no, it's both things. So it's possible that the logical structure of consciousness, it depends upon the material reality. But it also is true and possible that consciousness that the conditions for consciousness are exhibited in the universe from the beginning of its inception, which means that consciousness depends on material reality, but is also coexisting with it.
Okay, I will try it in a different way. When consciousness becomes conscious of itself, that is the moment where creation starts. Like you refer to God. And in the moment the consciousness becomes aware, self-aware, that by a simple thought, the conscious can create whatever it is, to have the experience of whatever it is. That is the moment where matter forms out of a simple thought to have the experience of creation, including the universe as itself, you, me, the earth.
How does one become self-aware if there's no external world? If we think about God before the universe was made, it would just be him. There would be no outside world. So he would view everything as self. There'd be no concept of a separate self from the world. So why would God even have the idea to create a world when everything is just him? Like this is a new one for me that I'm just arguing, but like there's hundreds of arguments as to why God doesn't make sense if he made the universe.
I'm actually interested in sensory deprivation. Speaking of that kind of reductionist viewpoint you're making there, because if you can reduce your stimuli, you can increase your focus, and then you can maximize the focal point. You can have a more intimate.
It's like very intensive
connection.
meditation, really intense meditation. I was just going to ask, because this is kind of, I guess it would just be something you would just have a belief for. The origination of all of this, like before the Big Bang, before everything. What is that?
Oh, okay. So, well, first of all, time and space seems to be indicated in science that it's emergent from some other layer where time and space do not apply. Even the laws of logic as we know them might not apply to some fundamental layer. But pure chaos, pure indeterminism cannot create order and structure without some sort of deterministic law. So I think the bare minimum explanation for the universe is that we have a universe where every single thing exists everywhere all at once in the realm before the Big Bang. It's like a superposition of all realities because there's no time and there's no space. So everything is just everywhere all at once. It's like complete chaos. And then from there, we have contradiction. We have logic that constrains possibilities in order for it to be observable in the universe. Because if you have everything everywhere at once, the places that contradict would kind of cancel out. And then the only places that would be left is where things don't contradict, which would look like a linear, ordered, deterministic reality from the Big Bang to now, starting from the lowest entropy possible to the most highest entropy possible, because that is the way that logically allows for the most things to exist in coherency without contradiction. So that's what we're talking about, a quantum field of pure randomness that determines the way things work by canceling out contradictions. And this is a fully naturalistic process, starting from an infinite universe with an infinite amount of energy that is infinitely expanding. And this is the simplest explanation for what we have. And because it's infinite, there will be an afterlife. There'll be actually infinitely many afterlives, but not because of God, because of just the natural order of things.
So this would also support things like reincarnation.
In a way, but reincarnation with like, here's the thing: you are the collection of your data, of your memories. And so if you were to quote unquote reincarnate and not have your memories, you're just a different person. That's not reincarnation, it's irrelevant. But there will be you experiencing another life after you die if the universe is infinite with your memories from this life. Is that really reincarnation? It's more like an afterlife than reincarnation because you have your memories. But reincarnation, as I said, is irrelevant if you don't have your memories.
You're
But
saying that's the
how would
many
you have
worlds
your
part.
memories? How would you have your memories if they're produced from your brain? They're only in your brain.
Well, they're in your brain, but the way your brain produces memories in a physicalist account is just by creating some computation. And that computation could just randomly be created on accident somewhere else in this infinite universe because it's logically possible. Anything that's logically possible will happen in this universe. And so that includes you just waking up on a planet with all your memories, but as like an alien or something. Like that could happen. And so it
Are
will.
you talking like the laws of probability or whatever is basically the grounding?
Well, I'm saying that if you have an infinite universe, all probabilities will happen.
Okay.
I would like to share my point of view, how I see that, because usually in science they only agree to certain things they can prove. If it is not provable, it cannot be, because they are stuck in a logic 1 plus 1 is 2. So I am connected through the ether, my whole memory and all memories of every person. They are here, they has been here, and they will be here, connected with me, because I received that information. I just have to call for it. And this is what you cannot explain, because you would actually have to admit that there is something you cannot measure, which is called ether.
That he just said so. He called it the infinite, which is the
And we
definition
are
of the
talking
infinite.
about where the brain, where the memory is stored, which he actually does not have any explanation at all. This is
Well, it
what I
would
just
be
described.
you're going back to the soul, right? In a
So
way,
what
or
you
the
call
spirit
soul, I
being.
think machine is calling infinite.
Or just mind.
Yeah, that's another way to put it.
I did want to welcome in our newest panel member, Big Chris. How are you?
Hey,
Hey,
Chris,
hey guys, how you doing? I'm good, thank you.
you do have a big voice as well.
I was going to mention about the ether. You know, this is a spiritual realm when you've not actually left spirit. The 3D is the lowest density, and as the light comes down to this density, it forms matter. Above us, the ether. So you was told at school that the sky is blue because of the reflection of the sea. Well, I live in the UK, and there's no blue sea around the UK. The sky, the ether is above us, and that holds information, streams of information. The same torus field that's around this plane of existence that holds that information, also you also have a torus field around you, which also holds your information. And when we pass, that is where you get a life review, because of the frequency and the vibration that you hold will affect the consciousness that's in your bubble, inside your circle. If you look into yoga, so I'm not religious at all, but in scriptures, when it says me and the Father are one, it's talking about consciousness. And you attain this consciousness or this connection when you have something called a kundalini. That's what opens the right hand side hemisphere of your brain. And it actually pops because about it. Your brain pops, believe it or not. And that connection That is the way where you get the only way out of the space is to go within. That connects you to the source, which is consciousness, pure consciousness. You are a fragment of that consciousness having an or expanding. Okay, so that consciousness you can attain, but you have to do the internal work by going through the seven churches, the seven chakras, the seven seals internally. Heaven is your head. Hell is your lower realms, which is your survival mechanism, which are open since birth. But through trauma, we get stuck in our lower three chakras, lower three energy centers, and then that manifests as ego. And like you said before, because I'm listening before, you have not got free will. You either align to the ego, which is the physical aspect of this realm. I want, I need, I must, I have, me. Or when you do the internal work and you then go within, you then align to the divine. Aligning to the divine is just living in a divine way, not eating animals, saving your seed, not drinking alcohol, not lying, not stealing, not cheating. That's all it is. That's the most simplest way of I can explain. So above us is streams, and I mean, I've seen. I actually did a journey today, and the information was incredible. The streams of information are above us. They're all this. That's the ether, and it's the same ether. It holds information. It's intelligent. This is why when you do plant-based medicine and you have these visions and these experiences, what you're actually doing is connecting to spirit. And in your screen inside your head, your projector, which comes from your pineal gland, that's your antenna, that gets what the actual, the ether or the plasma or the intelligence, you see it in your mind's eye. So then you see aliens, you see all these interdimensional beings, but it's not, it's real, but it's not, if you know what I mean. It's see-through, it's spirit, it's not physical. This is the only physical realm you've come to experience and expand. And the more experience, no matter, there is no good or bad, but the experiences you go through and the way you perceive those experiences through the lens that you're wearing, through your own childhood, the what you've been programmed, will determine the way you perceive your reality. So if you want to have a true view of reality, all the negative emotions, you need to dissolve them. You can't control them. You need to dissolve them, sit with them. There is no good or bad. If you say them, or them negative emotions, or them demons, or you live in duality. The whole spectrum, everything's on a spectrum, but it's all contained inside of you and outside of you. And as my American friend said, I'll land my plane there. That I've seen this information, I've seen this plasma, and it's incredible. It's literally shown me so much. And I know, I don't want you to believe me because a belief is something that somebody else has told you. I'm telling you this, I know this to be true. I don't believe this, I know this to be true. It's like I know my right arm. I don't believe it's my right arm. I know that's my right arm. And I've learned to be quiet on the things I don't know, and the things I do know, I'll speak about. And it's incredible once you've actually ascend. I don't want to say ascended, but when you stop living in the lower realms of the ego, everything is attainable to you. It is all there. It's the way it was shown to me was that consciousness outside of you, you cannot connect to it until you've done the internal work, because that is consciousness. That is what you call source. That is so inside your bubble, inside your torus field, that consciousness is going to reflect your internal world. So if you're stuck in lust, that consciousness that's outside of you, inside your little bubble, inside your circle, will reflect back to you where you reside. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. It does make sense. It's a lot to take in, a lot of information at once, a lot to
I know I
unpack.
get carried away. I know. I've got to. I've learned this in the past 6 years. 6 years ago, I was a drinker, a smoker. I still have a fag now, but the marching powder, the coca. I was all of these things. I'd lived and thought that the lower aspect of self was all it was. I didn't know anything else. I genuinely didn't believe in God, but you are God. That's the whole point. You are an aspect of that creation. Your spark gets filtered out. It's the way it's been shown to me as well is like, do you know, everything is mirrored, everything. So if you look at the structure of businesses where there's a CEO, then he's got his two IC, and as that filters down to you are at the bottom of the level. You are an aspect of that oversoul, of that source. And as that comes down in like the pyramid formation, so above you, you've got your spirit guides, maybe your guardian, whatever you want to call them. It's all one. There is no separation. So there's multiples, thousands of those above that, and it gets less and less and less. So it comes into a point. Then there's the source of everything. That's what. So, and I've actually on my journey, I've actually this is, you believe it or not, but I've actually connected and merged a couple of times with my higher self. So and it was profound. It was incredible. It was the most profound experience that I've ever had in my entire life. And if you want to expand your consciousness, once you've seen something, you cannot unsee it. Awareness becomes consciousness. Consciousness becomes awareness. They're almost two of the same, one of the same. You can't have one without the other. So the more aware you become of self, of you, go within, the more outside will reveal to you. It's like you say you don't believe in God, the universe will say, okay, then, there you go, done. I'm a piece of shit. Yes, you are. Okay, then. So it's so important to live a certain way, not even think, try and live to the highest point of what you can physically, what you can attain is all there for you. Everything on this realm is designed in such a way to keep you in the reincarnation loop. That line, know thyself. The reason why it's so important is because when you know thyself, when you do leave here, or you don't leave here, you just transition. It's not so much of a shock. It's the attachment to the ego, the physical, that kind of keeps you in the reincarnation loop. Because, you don't know yourself. You don't know actually what you are. So you're going to be fearful. You're going to be afraid. You're going to be scared. You're going to be. Whereas if you have these experiences and you know thyself, you know that what you're a part of, you know that you are unconditional love, having human experience. And nothing, you're like unfazed. It's literally pure bliss. Anyway, I love my playing there. Go on, guys. I'll let someone else talk. I've talked quite a lot there.
Very well
No,
said.
thank you.
I
Welcome in,
mean,
Chris.
Thank you, buddy. Thank you, brother.
I've learned all this since, I guess, starting my discovery journey on December 7th, 2022. And then it got real interesting after finding the Stone of Wisdom. Pretty amazing.
It is. The problem is that people get stuck in spiritual psychosis where they get a little bit of information and they think that's it.
Oh no, it's like it's infinity. It's like when you think you're
Yes,
done, it just continues to flow. So much more. There's so much information, and
it's incredible.
I'm working on the ancient civilizations of the mound builders in New Jersey, Long Island, and Connecticut, and it's just wow. That's all I can tell you. Like being at
Well,
these mound complexes where there's so many crystals and artifacts, and like going back in time.
yeah, if you want to know the future, you look at the past. Everything comes round again. Everything is cyclical, I think the word is. Everything's on a. Let's call them they, the people that rule us, okay? They knew this time was coming. They knew this time was coming because what's shown to me as well, the Bible is a blueprint of now. The Bible is a blueprint of now. You are Jesus, okay, before you become Christed. This big secret is we are Christ. That is what we are, Aberdeen. We should all be Christed, okay? And
Christ consciousness. I'm scientific Christ conscious that I learned like so much with this discovery, and it's like every day I get more, like you're giving me big time confirmations of the things that you've learned. It's like,
Yeah.
wow, I've
Well,
experienced all the same things.
yes, this is the incredible part because they knew the return of the Christ consciousness, the Christos, was going to happen. So, what's just
Yes.
shown to me recently as well. So,
And
I'm not. Once, let me just finish this
okay.
before I drop, brother. In the Bible, was it Herod that killed unalive? Sorry, the firstborn sons of. I'm not sure
Yes,
the
King
story,
Herod.
the
Yep,
context, but
you're
there is a
correct. You're
story
correct.
where yes, okay, so that time is now. That is King Herod trying to find the Christ. So if you knew that the entire population was going to wake up and the children were going to come through with a Christ consciousness, what would you do to all the children to try and stop them from attaining that consciousness? What do all newborn babies have, especially in America? Vaccines.
Jab them, yes.
Yes. So they can't go around unalive and all, but what they can do, they can create this. They can so all the way through. We've been thinking that we call it the V is actually good for us. So every year the elderly people get the flu back. So they're creating a false illusion. Two things. One is the autism rate, and all the rates are coming ridiculous now. The other one is when you're in a place and you're feeling safe and secure, and all of a sudden there's a pandemic. What are you going to do? If you're in a place of secure and you all of a sudden the processed food's slowly creeping in, and you look at the back of a food and you're fast asleep and you realize those ingredients, there's about 55 ingredients, and 99% of them ingredients are carcinogenic. It's almost what is coming through is it's almost like they've led it into a false sense of reality, a false sense of security, and then this is the great reset. It started off with the CV-19,
Yeah.
the water, the graphene in the air, in the chemtrails. I'm going off a bit. I'm sorry, but what I'm trying
No,
to say
no, no,
is
no. You're correct. You're correct. And I believe that it all started, the beginning of the 7 year period started on February 12th, 2020.
yes, where
Abraham
everybody.
Lincoln's birthday, and what happened to me with this discovery of 7 curses of Oak Island mystery solved. The prophecy has been fulfilled, and there's 3 new curses for the world to listen to. It's an amazing journey, and it has a connection with George Washington's spirit that came through to me, because every place that I went to is where George Washington already was. It's really wild. And I drilled into a tunnel system on December 14th, 2022, the day that George Washington unalived. And then I bought a house inside of the pyramid. You see my profile picture? That pyramid is in the roadways
Uh,
of Roxbury Township, New Jersey, 30 miles west of New York City. Roxbury Township, founded on December 24th, 1740, in District 25. Oh, yeah. This is the big one.
well, they reckon.
Well, you've seen the
They
movie.
reckon that.
Well, hold on, real quick. You've seen the movie Goonies, right?
Sorry. Yes, mate. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You remember how the boys were looking for One Eyed Willie's treasure?
Yes.
Well, guess what I found?
You
One Eyed
find it.
Willie. Oh, yeah. There was a mansion. It was torn down in 2007 by a contractor who was unalived for the 7th man for 7 curses of Oak Island prophecy to be fulfilled. It's really an amazing journey.
It is. It is profound
And you talked
to
about
live.
plasma. Well,
Yes.
I found this stone in this recreated money pit of oak trees in the Goonies neighborhood. It's an amazing neighborhood in the form of an M and a U with 6 oak plank light posts in the U part that contain 24 oak planks and all the inscriptions in the sidewalks. And in the oaks planted in the form of a horse that represent New Jersey state animal, the horse in George Washington, who is One-Eyed Willie. One for One-Eyed Willie is George Washington, the $1 bill, who's on the front of it. The back, well, is the eye, like in my profile picture, because that is a
Yeah.
canal pond. It's a canal pond for the 107-mile canal system that comes through the center of the pyramid on the dollar bill that brought the treasures inland from the Delaware River into the center of New Jersey.
It is very interesting that that pyramid does have the eye at the top of it.
Yeah,
The
because what
pyramid
it
on the
is
dollar
that,
bill has that eye at the top in the American dollars. It's so interesting. Some of the
yeah,
strange
because in
things,
Roxbury Township,
symbolism.
New Jersey, there is a canal pond. It's the canal pond for the canal system, and the eye was off center to the left, just like on the picture, until 1956 when they finished the highway. 21 years after FDR printed the treasure map on the dollar bill, and FDR had an
Well,
expedition to Oak Island at age 27 in 1909.
well, the actual eye, the single eye, and you see all the celebrities doing the eye, is actually the Antichrist. That's what they believe. So the three major religions, the people that rule, they don't see any differentiation. They only see one religion. Okay,
The
this is
Antichrist
why.
is the empires.
So, so well, it's it's multi-layered. A little bit like the Bible. It's multi-layered. It's not just all roads lead home. Everything is true from the
Yep,
perception of the person that's seeing it. So
exactly,
it's
exactly.
multi-layered, but the eye represents the eye of Dajjal, which is the Antichrist, you could say. Which is why if you look at celebrities and they're covering one eye and they're doing the OK sign over one eye, they are letting you know who their God is. Their God isn't our God. The Freemasons accept all three major religions because there is no separation.
They are
Religion
not.
is a
Yeah,
religion's a lie.
yeah, it
They've
is.
taken
It is. It was
the
created
religion.
by
They've
the
taken
empires to capture the people and control them, and then the
yes,
people were able to create their own religions, right, under the Constitution of the United States of America to protect us with like the Freemasons of my grandfathers that started it.
but even America was built by the Jesuits, and you can see that if you go to the White House, go to Google Maps, go to the White House. The White House sits at the bottom of a road system of a five-pointed star.
Yes, because it was already here in New Jersey. What they did was is they took aerial pictures of every square inch of New Jersey in 1930 to show you what was here before it was all bulldozed between then and now.
And the reason why they did the bulldozing is because they tried to erase history.
Yes. So
His story is always written by the person who wins.
exactly.
So it's not the truth.
So the information was One-Eyed Willie because the treasure map on the back of the dollar bill was written up and approved after 6 attempts in 1782 for the 6 founding fathers who didn't own any slaves below the hilltop. And that information, I said, was printed in 1935 by FDR that had an expedition to Oak Island at age 27. And then they created a bunch of movies. All the movies that we've ever seen all relate to this discovery because this discovery is where the Hercules powder plant was. That made all the boom booms for the world wars. And also, it used to be called the Giant American D-Stick Company in 1874 to 1912. It's really wild. They left so many clues behind to tell the story of this discovery, and that's why I know what I discovered is real. I've got a book coming out, and it's about finding the
I can
it's about finding the kingdom within.
I can also there is some information on the $1 bill that I don't think anybody else knows. And the only reason why I know this is because when I had the Kundalini slash the Christos, I think I've told that before, so I'm not going to go into that story again. But when I meditated and I'd done my plant-based medicine, which is the spirit molecule, so I'm not going to tell the name of it. After the Kundalini and the Christos, something appeared in my left eye when I meditated. Now, I've not told anybody this. I'll tell you guys. Okay. On the $1 bill, the eagle, yeah, above the eagle, there is a macabre made out of crystals. It's I'm not sure what it On that, above the eagle, if you look at it, if you can find a $1 bill, you'll see a cluster of looks like little diamonds.
They're little stars that make the
Yeah,
13 stars and makes the
no,
Star of David.
those that the cluster, as you see them the way they're formed in the Star of David, that appeared in my left eye after the Christos,
Wow.
and
Because on the
and
back of the
the
dollar bill, there's 7 items that contain 13 of each. Because
and
it also
the
has information on the dollar bill regarding the Pleiades star system.
yes. Let me
Yes.
just finish this. The eagle isn't what you think it is. That's enlightenment. So if you look at the medical board, where it's a staff on the medical, I'm not sure in America, but in the UK, the badge that the medical board have, there is like 2 wings. There's a circle in the middle of the 2 wings, and below that there is a rod, and there's 2 snakes that go up the rod. That is the Kundalini, the Pingala, and the Oblongata. That is the energy that sits at the base of your spine. And then when you do those practices that I mentioned, and it happens organically, that energy shoots up your body, forcing the Christos oil up the 33 vertebrae. Jesus, remember, said, "You are Jesus." Jesus was one seed passed, and lied for 3.5 days. Well, that energy, that Christos oil, goes down the spine, which is the Santa Claus, the Santa Claustrum, sits at the base for 3.5 days. Then when the moon is in your star sign, if you do it right, you're supposed to do this every month. It's not easy because obviously the Gregorian calendar, everything's off. With the Kundalini, so that's Jesus unalive for 3.5 days. With the energy shoots back up the vertebrae. There's 33 vertebrae in your spine. At the top of the neck, there's the two nerves cross over, and as the oil goes over those nerves, it gets amplified 1,000%. As it goes back into the brain, you have an enlightening experience, which is what the wings represent, being enlightened. That Star of David on the $1 bill, if you look at the bottom of it, the bottom crystal, the bottom diamond, that's red. The very top one, that is purple. The chakras, each one of them layers represents the colors of the chakras. And now that appeared in my left eye when I meditated. Obviously, it's not there in daily life, but on a spiritual level, that was in my left eye. Now, the left eye is connected to the right-hand side of the brain. When that right-hand side of the brain popped, a day later, I developed a black eye in my left eye. Now, if you look at celebrities, royal families, you can find them all with a black eye. So they've tried to do the Christos, they've tried to have this experience not naturally. That's why you see with a one black eye, that's what it represents. And that one eye is represented to the right hand side of the brain. And when the right hand side of the brain opens, the consciousness that's outside of you becomes available to you. Me and the Father are one. You are the son of the Father, the sun, the light. The Father is the sun, the return of the sun. So on a cycle, they knew that sun. I remember as a kid, the sun was yellow. The sun is now white. Why do you think they're blocking it out with chemtrails? Because that sun, that new sun, is giving off consciousness. It is plasma, and is waking people up. That is why they're trying to block out the sun. They knew this time was coming. They knew this time was coming, and they did everything they can to stop people waking up and knowing themselves, knowing what they are. And it's an incredible time to be here. It is profound. The things that I've seen and experienced, you'd think I was crazy if I tried to explain them to you. You really would.
I know what you mean, and I've been experiencing it for a while. So, the bird on the back of the dollar bill is the picture that I have here of this giant stacked carved boulders of the phoenix bird, and this sits on the edge of Mooney Mountain at the top of the pyramid, on top of the pyramid, on the
I
dollar
can't
bill.
really see it, but I can vaguely see it. I'm driving and working, mate, so I've not
Yeah,
got my
it's a little hard to see,
reading.
but it's massive boulders, granite, stacked and carved into a big eagle, like a bird, with feathers.
Yeah, I think I've seen that. And one last thing before I get mute, quickly.
Yeah, so
Look for
you,
this
you were
video on
talking about the plasma because what happened was is I found this stone, and I believed it was the Oak Island stone, right? And it's actually the stone of wisdom, the founding stone of America, the stone of destiny, aka the Timothy stone, the stone of scones. Now, you talked about plasma. When I found this stone, I had it for a little while, and I said, okay, I learned first time I ever meditated. Some guy on TikTok, he was doing his thing, and I meditated with this stone, and it was the craziest experience I've ever had in my life, where it was like crying and shaking and like seeing like all these different planets, the universe, and all different solar systems and creatures just like transforming. And then when I went to go open my eyelids, the movie stopped, but behind my eyelids was the movie, and it continued to play. And then my mother came, and she held my hand, and I set her soul free because I had to forgive her for what happened. And then it was walked with Yeshua on the streets of these ancient city streets. And then at the end, I captured this white blue ball of like plasma in my hands. And I would open my eyes and it wasn't there. I'd close my eyes and it was there. It was so much power, so much energy. At the end of the meditation, it was pretty wild. And then ever since then, it's been like channeling information that is all connected with my ancient my ancestor grandfathers, which I had no idea in the beginning were all God with everything that I discovered. Like everything that I found is all connected with my ancestor grandfathers.
It's incredible, isn't it, mate? And there's not many places you can come and you can actually and speak openly about the things you've seen because it's too much for people to handle. It's called cognitive dissonance, where they can't have two belief systems running at the same time. It's impossible for them to do that.
And like tonight, I'll just give you an example. I went to a store after I was out exploring in this one area where I was over these massive mounds. Holy crap, just crazy artifacts. So I was going into the store, and there was this elderly couple there at the door, and they were like, "Oh, you do have Jesus in your heart," and they were like, kind of pushing the Bible. And I said, "Oh," I says, "Well, I'm scientific Christ consciousness," and they both looked at each other like, "What the hell is that?" Right? I'm like, "Yeah." I'm like, and the guy was like, "Do you know where your soul? Do you know where you go after you pass?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm going to be reincarnated. And I know my energy is going to live on forever now. I don't have any worries or concerns anymore." And the guy was like shaking his head, like, "What?" And I was telling him, I says, "You know who I am?" I says, "I've cracked the mystery of Seven Curses of Oak Island, Mystery National Treasures, The Goonies Adventure, and all the movies combined connected with Hollywood." And they were just like, "What?" And they were just they had no idea they never even heard of scientific Christ consciousness, but they were just trying to push the Bible. I'm like, the Bible has been written by other people, right? Yeshua never wrote the Bible; it was written by other people. Like his story. And I was
Yeah,
telling them, and they were just like, "What?" There was like, this guy is like, "What?" You know? But otherwise, and then I just walked away. That's all. It was
and the
just
book,
fun, kind of like interacting with people that are just fully into that. They're like in that dimension, their own like matrix of the Bible, and they live in that world of everything revolves around the Bible, and you know, I
but
don't know.
that's their experience that they've chosen to have.
Yeah, because they
This,
had the
that's that.
blinders on, and they were programmed, and they were indoctrinated from birth. Just young,
Yeah,
constantly the same thing. Oh, but like me though, I was always the kid that was on the outside. I had friends, but not many, and I would went with the clique individuals, the jocks, and hung out with them, and you have to dress a certain way. And I was like, "Fuck, I don't want to do this. I don't want to have to be like fake to fit in with these people." I'm like, I want to do my own thing. So I've always been kind of you know, always open
so,
minded, a tree expert for 30 years in New Jersey, lawn care, landscaping, carpentry. I went to school for carpentry too. It's pretty wild. I'm Aquarius. I mean, it's like, whoa, I lived in the basement of the Romans where I got persecuted. I'm 3-3.
so you should say 3-3, Mike. You know anything about numerology?
I've been connecting these numbers with everything, and it's like, wow, when you start pulling numbers and seeing dates and go, what the heck? How can that be? Like, I was persecuted on 3/3/23 because I called the coroner's office and they came to my house and took me away and put me in a hospital because they said I sent an email to the Historical Society. Bunch of BS. Right? And then 666 days later was January 17th when they closed down TikTok, right? With Trump with the January 17th thing. And then 999 days is Thanksgiving, the eve of Thanksgiving of this year.
Well, talking about, you said 3. My birthday is 21st of June, 1974. 2 plus 1 is 3. 2, 3 to make 6. 1974 adds up to 21. 2 plus 1 is 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. Add them all up, it comes to 33. So take the 0 off, 3. Add them all up as it is, comes to 48. 4 plus 8 is 12. 2 plus 1 is 3.
48. My old house inside of the pyramid was 84. Number 84. That was the house that I bought on April 15th, 1999, the day that Abraham Lincoln was unalived. I bought a house in the middle of the pyramid.
So you got 3.
When I was a child, before even buying this house and even knowing about these dates with Abraham Lincoln and George Washington, I used to go to the meeting house where George Washington and Abraham Lincoln used to go and have their secret meetings at the Land of Make-Believe property in Hope, New Jersey, next to where they filmed the movie Friday the 13th by Crystal Lake. And then when I was growing up, we bought a house. My parents bought a house in Parsippany. My backyard was this huge hill with these big oak trees surrounding it with an old cemetery on top. And on the corner was a house George Washington used to go to. And then they moved it around the corner. And then my dad wallpapered and painted it. And I went in that house. It only had 7-foot high ceilings. And at the same time, I went down to they have the Washington's headquarters in Morristown. I was there. And then we went to like all these different field trips, like with school, all connected with George Washington. It was pretty cool. But I had no idea that later on in life, I was training for the discovery for where George Washington and Abraham Lincoln's tomb is below the Oaks.
All the presidents are related. All the presidents are Freemasons.
Yeah,
What you're discovering now about the
my
world we
ancestor
live.
grandfather, let me just tell you about this one. His name was Thomas Stewart. In 1646 in Massachusetts, he was involved with a petition against the British Empire. The British Empire was trying to force one prayer book on all the colonies, and they started a petition. And boy, did the British didn't like that. They imprisoned my ancestor grandfather with the other men. They de-armed them, and then they let him out on bail. They had to pay a fine, and then he left. And then he came back, I guess, I don't know how many years later, but he came back, and then he started the Masons with the church there to start their own religious group to hide because they were never part of any religious group. And then he built the first state capitol building in Massachusetts in 1657. And on his headstone, it says, he was put in prison 4 to 5 days in irons by Winthrop. Now, can you believe that I found the 54th Regiment of ex-slave soldier pirates in New Jersey?
I love all these discoveries. I do just need to butt in. No worries. I just got to butt in because I know I've got Rosa up here and she doesn't have a whole lot of time. She's been waiting patiently. And that's Cirkina 3. I'd like to give her the floor real quickly and then we can definitely dive back in. I wanted to hear what Big Chris maybe had to say as well. Yeah, Rosa, how are you?
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hello.
Everyone's in a beautiful moment. Gorgeous morning here in Melbourne. Thanks, Wandering, for allowing me just to just take up a little bit of space. I'm an extremely passionate person when it comes to spirituality. And I found the conversation that we were having earlier regarding science and science-based philosophy, and also just what that gorgeous man was sharing, was moving me tremendously. So I just wanted to kind of verbally, I was writing and messaging, as you all might have noticed earlier, but I kind of wanted to go into it a little bit and just share like a more verbal perspective. And I really appreciated what you were sharing, Chris, because sometimes when we're confronted with something that does not necessarily explore source, and we're kind of, as human beings, conditioned to only believe that science and its proven validity is the only way to move forward as a human race, sometimes is really limiting. And that always makes me feel uncomfortable, because I was one of those beautiful souls, children, that had these extrasensory abilities, to the point where I was diagnosed with this and I was diagnosed with that. And my family, amazing, beautiful souls, didn't know how to really sort of understand it. So, of course, they went to more logical perceptions. And I was also under what was scientific, like I was actually given scans. I met up with 3 different science-based philosophies. So I was actually tested like a lab rat for over 10 years. And I don't tell people this stuff. And that caused a lot of trauma. And it's not a bad thing. I don't believe science is a bad thing. Please do not misunderstand me. But in all that experiencing, and now as a mature woman, and in the work that I do, which was all inspired by our inspirations, you know, by Source itself, what I've come to understand, that wholeness itself is not always about proving, free will. And the children that I now get to love and protect are doing the most incredible things that science will never, ever get their hands on. Because someone like me will go there and say, you have no right to be in this space. You have no cameras allowed here. And none of your objective, philosophies that are based in the old paradigm are allowed in here. And that's what Shekina 3 is. We have a schooling program. So those children are me. And they do things that would blow everyone's minds apart. The reason why it's happening is because they naturally do it. There is no logic to it. There's not supposed to be logic. It's not supposed to be based on scientifically proven structure that needs to determine whether there is a God or not. We already have a truth and an understanding that does not need to be proven. We're in a state of consciousness that is constantly asking us to prove ourselves. We just want to love. And so I think when science introduces soul, then we're getting somewhere. Because it's not about not having science in creating a form. We all need some kind of form. We're in a human form, right? But we're not creating from human form. What we're doing is we're actually creating from the beautiful divine feminine and the divine masculine in collaboration. The two cannot function without the other. Whether this is an opinion, I don't really care. What I've come to understand is I am blown away every day by what I learn from other human beings, what is not scientifically proven. And I don't choose to be limited by proving that what they're doing, right, needs to be proven. I just see it, I believe it, and I trust it. And I think, wow, look where we're going. This is so all I'm trying to share is be open. Just always be open. Intelligence comes from the heart. It's not mental intelligence. There's a difference. So thank you so much, and I hope everyone has a beautiful, beautiful night or day or wherever you are. And thank you for allowing me to share my passion. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. That's beautiful. Yeah. I love hearing the science minds as well, just to give them space to be able to tell their truth, what they feel, what they're feeling. So I love hearing all different people's explanations of what they think reality is. It's beautiful to hear it. But yeah, the whole idea of the soul, for sure, that's where it kind of falls flat, because a lot of these science minds do like to believe that there is some sort of an afterlife, or there's something where we'll continue existing, but then there's not a way to explain that. And I love the no explanation zones. I love those because they're just fun places to explore. Apoplectic, how are you?
Doing great. I actually had a nap today, which is
Oh wow.
something I haven't had in a long time. But before I talk, I think is it Abe or at B? He was here first.
Yeah, Abe. I was also going to say hello to him. I just wanted to make sure I said hi to everybody. But yeah, Abe, how you doing?
I'm good. Walking the spiritual path of alignment, trying to find peace in everywhere, in whichever direction I choose. Trying to find a humble experience for my own understanding, so that spiritually I could walk proudly with my own statements made along the way.
Solid. I love it. Well, the panel topic is, what belief systems have you built up in your mind that need some attention to fully be at peace? What do you think about that?
I would say like venturing out and actually like seeing the world in limelights, like how um, most people look into their day to day and see that they half their days gone, and then left to wonder what else is there to do besides doing the same thing, that a pattern that's set in my mind and my motion. Trying to deviate away from that kind of concept, so that way I can find enrichment of like happy thoughts and good conditions. It's just like the world doesn't prepare you, but it does at the same time. It's just you got to really pay attention to yourself sometimes, and holding yourself an account of all the tasks that you done or did throughout the day. It should help you persevere a little bit further into your day to day. I don't know, man. There's a lot to life that we take for granted, and most of the time it's the very places that we visited um, along the way. Like travel, I want that to be my primary experience, traveling the world and understanding the worldly concepts of missions,
Oh man, traveling the world, that's beautiful. Actually, when I was a kid, there was a TV series called Travel the Road, and they went and traveled a bunch of different, I guess you'd call them third world countries in a lot of our societies where we have TVs and DVD players, and not DVD players, sorry, whatever service you have to get you some entertainment on your screen. But yeah, it was CDs back then, Travel the Road, and I was so into it. So thanks for bringing up that memory of that TV series. It was intense, some of the stuff that you see from the way some people live out there, who just kind of live in mud huts and shacks on dirt floors.
I mean, the happier daunting task is that we're all seeing the same sun rise, and that's the light of the story. Excuse me. That's the light of the story, though. Is that
We are all seeing the same sun. I love that. Hey, J Rum, welcome back if you're going to come up. But yeah, for sure. I love it. Does anybody have any thoughts? That's been in here a little while. Should we move on to apoplectic? What do you think? I didn't know if Apollo or Big
Abe,
Chris wanted to respond at all. That's all.
No, that's great. I love you giving them space. Like, that's amazing, and that's perfectly fine. Abe, like, it's been a dream of mine to travel the world too, and I still hope to be able to do it. I really do. Like, 10 years ago, I recorded a video with my employer. It was kind of like a getting to know your employee sort of thing. Like, what do you want to do? I'm like, I want to go to Japan and live at least a month in the culture and just experience what life is like in that culture so I'm better able to understand it. I didn't say that exactly because, you know, young professional, you have to meter your words. But that's always been my attitude. So I really appreciate your wanderlust. I'll put it that way. Because I think it's a great way for people to expand their knowledge and understanding of other people that are living in the same world that we're living in. And man, I still want to do it myself, but I know money's a problem for many people. But if we have a certain mindset about it, I think it may come true someday. And that's my thought about it. But sorry guys, I'm outside when it's raining because I really enjoy being out in nature, and that's actually what I wanted to talk to the prompt about. What belief systems have you built up in your mind that need some attention to be fully at peace? That is my thing, is I need to be in nature. That's the only way I'm fulfilled. It gives you something that you can't get from any place else, because if you sit in nature for a period of time, you're gonna have thoughts that you've never had before. That's at least my experience, and I'm pretty sure a lot of people will relate to that. I'm kind of one of those people that's been like a peacemaker throughout my life. So I don't want to speak for everybody. So it's really hard for me to actually speak to something that I believe in.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like it's best experienced through, you know, not only words but like a lifetime of conditioning. Where like you said like you wanted to travel to Japan and see how that aspect is when you're immersed with the culture and all the stories and stuff that you might hear. And the journey is walking with you. Like I know what I do like to do is like listen to rain sounds. So I try to be a little bit explorative. When it comes to stuff like that, and I wanted to venture into, you know, diving into finding what life is about more so than life trying to figure me out, you know.
There's a great app. There's a great app for listening to rainstorms, which is what I used for a very, very long time to fall asleep. And you could adjust like the thunder boom, you could adjust the thunder rumble, you could adjust a lot of different things within like rain itself, whether it's a light trickle or it's a heavy downpour. And I'm actually, like, I'll show you guys this. I'm sitting outside underneath an umbrella right now in my backyard
Oh,
in the
that's the
rain.
sound. I was wondering how the rain was making. I'm like,
Yeah.
is it hitting concrete? But okay, umbrella. I see it now. I
Yeah.
did want
So,
to
like,
give Big Chris the floor though. Right after you
oh,
finished up,
sorry.
you can finish.
No, like, man, everything everybody says on this panel, like, hits me in a different way, and I have something to say about it. That's how fast my brain reacts. So I don't have like a message here, but I do like talking to people.
Yeah, we appreciate you too. Yeah, and you don't have to overly think with us. Like we understand the true essence of what passages are in our
Yes,
life.
sir. Go ahead, Big Chris.
I'm still there. I was going to say, I've not got my reading glasses on, so the young lady who was just speaking, you said you wanted to
Apoplectic
travel.
Phoenix.
Apoplectic. I'll call you Phoenix if it's okay.
Yeah.
Your mindset really, really is important, and people say things unconsciously that says a lot about them. This isn't a dig. This isn't a negative. I promise you. But if you want to go traveling, can I make a suggestion? Don't say I hope. Say one day I am going to go traveling. When you say I hope to go traveling, that's putting a barrier there. You're never going to do it because hope is
Yep, I
sorry.
completely understand, and I'm already trying to focus on that. I really am.
Yes.
Language is a big thing that you have to understand to be able to do things. You have to speak things into existence.
Slow down and think before you speak. Maybe you get to a point where you don't have to. You don't have to think. You get to a point if you go on this journey that you won't think. You'll feel from the heart. And I'll give you an example of how to do this. So think of somebody in your life that told you that they love you, whether a boyfriend, your child, your mom, your dad, and think of it again. Think of them telling you they love you. Just think of it, how it makes you feel. That feeling you've just created. You've just created that feeling.
I've done this exercise many times over. Not to be disrespectful, but I have.
It wasn't just to you. But what I was going to say was that energy, that feeling that you feel, that's where you create from. Create from that feeling.
I think that is my big barrier, is that I get tied more to other people's struggles than my own.
Yeah, but that's what you're attaching. Then you shouldn't see what it seems like. Maybe I don't want to presume. When you're attaching to other people's struggles, you then become depleted because you constantly give it. I don't want to say the name for it, but you'll know more than I do. When you're constantly thinking of other people, you are depleting yourself. It's like imagine a balloon full of water, and then tiny pin. You just stick a pin in it. There's water coming out. That's your energy. That's your energy you're giving away. And then all of a sudden somebody else comes along and your tiny little pin comes into it. And that energy that you're depleting is your life force, is your chi. You're giving away your energy.
I've been trying to get out of it for a very long time, and I've been succeeding.
Good.
Let's just put it that way, Big Chris.
Good awareness.
I have been, yeah. So with my awareness comes different action, and I am doing that.
Apoplectic.
But it's
sorry.
But I'm also moving out of something right now that people used to view me as for my entire life. But I'm still pushing forward. So I'm not necessarily the helper these days, I'm the one that's going to tell them how can you help them, how can you help yourself.
Yeah.
And it's really hard for them. And
It
it's really
is.
hard for me too, because I have emotions behind it.
Well, for every
Well, then that
positive emotion that you have, like you could easily say there's a negative or a positive. What I like to do is offset my brain chemicals where if I think something is negative, I replace it with happy thoughts and
see,
saying
that's
positive.
that's spiritual bypassing. What you're doing there is spiritual bypassing, because what's coming up for you, you're trying to, you can't control it. You have to face it. So if something's coming up in you that's negative, I would suggest is go within. Why am I feeling that? Where does that come from? Why am
Guys,
I
I
getting
haven't been
this?
meditating like I should.
Yeah,
guys,
go within.
I witnessed something. Apoplectic, you said your brain is so fast. You remember that?
Yes, and it is, especially when it's processing other people's train of thoughts or other people's emotions or how they talk to each other or all of these other things. Like I hear everybody else talking, and that's sometimes why I want to step in, because my brain works so fast that I want to like comment on that, but then I have to hold it and I can't.
Mhm.
So I maybe put it in the comments,
I know
but
what you mean.
then so like yeah, my brain does work like that.
I know what you
I,
mean. It's
I
not
used to be
easy.
like that.
Easy. It's not easy, especially on panels like this. I mean, luckily, Wondering knows exactly what I mean by that is that some places don't allow the governing of like conversations to seamlessly, go as planned. But yeah, I know what you mean.
I used to be completely like that. I would have a conversation. I'd stand in a room full of people, have a conversation. Somebody would say something that would not trigger me, but bring up a thought. I want to, I want to communicate what they've said. Then the conversation would carry on. I would keep that thought and wait for a time to jump in and speak my piece, but the conversation already moved on. But I couldn't stop myself. Does
Don't
that make sense?
actually hear what everybody else is saying. If you're holding the thought that you're thinking about, you don't actually hear what
Yes.
everybody else is saying.
Yes. So what I'm trying to say is there is, if you stick with it, and I'm sure you will, that was the version of me before. That's how I was. And I was, you said I mean, you say your brain's moving really fast, but I actually sense a little bit of anxiety, the way that you sometimes stop and it's not flowing, which then kind of means you're thinking before it comes out. I would suggest maybe, because I see a lot of me in you, just breathe, breathe. 3 seconds in, 6 seconds out through the nose. This is yoga. 8 seconds in, 16 seconds out. And instantaneously, your heart rate will drop. You will find peace. Everything is in spirit. Everything is in breath. This is the basics. If you can do this and you center yourself, your equilibrium, because if you're off and you're like this, it's kind of, there's a stop there, there's a block there somewhere. I don't think now before I speak. I pause, I articulate, but I don't preconceive a train of thought before I speak. Whereas before, I was this version of me that I was so wrapped up in my head with the thoughts that I couldn't communicate. So I was constantly not being able to get my words out and I was stuck. As soon as I started to breathe and go within and stay silent, silence is an amazing tool, because then you go from knowing, from believing. A belief is something
Here's
somebody's told you. Sorry.
I'm sorry to like interrupt you, but I
It's okay.
spent the first like 12 years of my life silent. So I am doing a lot of hard work, which you don't know about.
And
And
I
I
can
think
tell
you're
you're doing it.
all
I can, no, no, no one's judging you. No, I promise you, nobody's judging you. Nobody's judging you. All I'm trying to articulate is that on my journey, which is not a journey, it's not a path, it's just expanding, I see a lot of the way I was in you. That's all I'm
And
saying. I'm not judging
I'm
you at all.
thankful for
If you cut,
that.
yeah,
No,
I promise you,
I
I'm not
wasn't
judging you.
saying you were judging. I wasn't saying
Okay.
that because I'm not trying to attack or
Oh
do any of
no.
that.
Because I don't get it.
Because
I don't get
I
offended
learned
because
all of that
honestly,
stuff when I was younger. So I'm older now. I am like I actually have a couple decades on that sort of thought structure, but I think you're assuming a little bit about me and that I don't know a little bit about how to calm myself at this point
I'm
and like
so
think about things, and so that's not exactly what I'm talking about.
okay. I
And that's
apologize.
why
I didn't assume anything. I'm sorry. I apologize.
it's not a problem. It's okay. That's what conversation is. It's like people trying to understand each other, right? So what I'm saying is that my mind does go very, very quick because I've always forced myself to be that way. And I say force because in some parts of when you see me pause, it's because I don't want to bring up trauma. I think that's what you're picking up on. And I don't necessarily want to bring up specific situations that are going to trigger other people or like do some damage on other people by saying the things that I say.
Yeah, but the triggering that comes up in other people has nothing to do with you.
I still care about people and I don't want it to happen.
I do too. But when it's said and it's come from a center place of love, and there is no malicious intent, when it comes from that place, you can sit in the center and you can speak your truth because it comes from love. So whatever comes up in people is nothing to do with you. If it comes up, if somebody's being triggered by, and it's coming from a place of peace and coming from a place of love, whether it's just for self, that is to do with them. That's nothing to do with anybody else. So this is where
That is one of my
authenticity.
lessons right now that I'm trying to work on is that
Apoplectic.
Hmm.
May I just jump in?
Yeah,
You
go
are
ahead.
not, when you say something, you are not guilty for how the other person feels.
Yeah, you shouldn't feel guilty over what other person feels.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That emotion arises in the other person because the other person put a meaning in your sentence, positive or negative. You are never guilty for how another person feels upon your words.
Yeah, comes with understanding.
Bro, you just nailed it in one sentence. You know, that you're not guilty for the way anybody else feels.
Thank
That's
you,
perfect.
Apollo.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That is a confirmation I needed.
So
Let it out. Let it out. Let it out. Hey, what's up, Joker? Joker's coming in.
What's up, everybody? How you doing?
How's it
Hey,
going?
Joker!
Best day
What's
of my
up,
life.
Phoenix? You know it.
I'm gonna take a second, guys.
All right.
All right.
All right, so let's see here. What's going on? What belief systems have you built up in your mind that need some attention to fully be at peace? Acceptance. That is acceptance. That is the one thing that has always been on my mind that I don't think would be easy for me to do. But I think that as long as someone can accept me, then I can find my inner peace.
I feel you. Finding acceptance for what it is and who they are and what they stand for, and having a completion of understanding from both ends of the spectrum
Yep,
enlightens a lot of people.
exactly. Exactly. And see, here's the thing. I think a lot of people kind of understand what it's like to be accepted, but it's hard to feel accepted rather than to be accepted, if that makes any sense. Because it's because, for example, I accept Phoenix for all of her flaws, all of everything that she's done. I accept her as a person. But the thing is, does she accept me? You know what I mean? So it's weird to say that she can accept me as a person for me personally because she doesn't know me personally, but I accept her. You know what I mean?
Well,
But
in gratitude, when you're looking for that sense of acceptance, there has to be a sense of gratitude, and that
I know,
gratitude has to
Joker.
be gratifying to both sensors of emotions that you may
Right.
Yeah,
feel.
I am interested in
you,
hearing what Big Chris has to say on this.
Go ahead,
all I
Chris.
was gonna say, buddy, is that what it seems. Don't I may have got this wrong, but if you're looking outside of yourself to be accepted, this is something that you need to look at. Nobody, if anybody doesn't accept you, that's their problem. If you're coming from a place of love, that is their problem. And if you're looking for something outside of self to make you feel a certain way, that shows lack in yourself. That shows maybe that you don't accept yourself. Because if you accept yourself first, it doesn't matter what the outside world's doing because it's all about you. In your reality, in your the way you perceive the world, it is all about you. And if you love yourself and accept yourself, it doesn't matter what anybody else thinks outside. So if you're looking for somebody to make you feel a certain way, which is what this world is about, look outside of yourself for food, for entertainment, for to be guided, blah, 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 blah. It's wrong. You need to come back to self, come back to loving yourself first and foremost, accepting yourself for all your flaws, and not looking for anybody else to make you feel a certain way.
I love it.
Yeah, because
Uh,
you need to feel that way about yourself first. It's all about you. The inner path. Go within. The only way out of this place is to go within. So when you love yourself, you accept yourself for your faults, your failures, your mistakes, because there is no mistakes, because everything you went through has brought you to this moment in time. So how could you then say that was wrong that you went through? Because you never went through it, you would never be the version you are now that has this understanding and awareness.
That's
So
fair.
this is so this is where there is no good or bad. It just is. It's
Yep.
your perception. It's your perception of it.
yeah.
The lens you
I
look
am
through
also
will.
gonna I'm also gonna be the person to say, Joker, I'm sorry if I've ever made you feel less than. It was never my intention.
Oh, you're good, Phoenix. Yeah, you're good, boo. You know I got your
Okay,
back no matter what.
I I know, and like we've been friends for a little bit now, but like if I ever made you feel that way, it was not my intention.
I understand.
Yeah, a lot of emotions dry up quick. From experience, I think there's a sense of belonging and not putting anybody beneath the surface of understanding. Just accept them for what they are and what they're meant for and what they're destined for, and gracefully give onto others, as they would do unto you. Um, so don't feel sad or unpleasant, Joker, when you feel uh, certain type of way about how people perceive you. The more acceptance that comes within, the more energy that you'll have to accomplish your goals, and those are the set reasons that's why you have plans for it, and your plans will work out exactly how you plan it.
Who else do we have in here? Oh, go ahead, Big Chris.
Sorry, but all I was going to say was if anybody judges you, that is a reflection on them. They're either jealous that you're doing something that they can't, which brings up a negative emotion, and you can tell from the tone of the voice. Even if somebody comes across as like, oh, you can tell they can't hide it. So if they're judging you, that's to do with them. So they're either jealous, envious, or they're coming from a place of lack. You know, and this is where one of the churches, isn't it? One of the seven chakras, judgment, throat. And people do it internally. They judge internally. They don't say it out loud, but they don't realize because they haven't got the awareness that that judgment that's coming up in them is for them. It doesn't exist outside of them. Hate, anger, worry, fear, doubt, shame, judgment, pride, lust, greed doesn't exist outside of you. They're not real. They're all your negative demons, negative emotions for you
Yeah,
to face. That's what it's for.
we're
That's the only.
experiencing the experience. Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it's
would
beautiful.
rephrase that a little bit. Big Chris, I don't know Joker at all. I see him here and there, but I would state it like that, even if I don't know him. Joker, if I ever aroused an emotion in you beside love, I am not guilty for that. I just showed you that you still have it inside yourself.
Brother, you're a legend. You're
Honestly, Apollo,
I do
you're a
love
freaking legend
Apollo.
in this business. You really are, buddy. I appreciate everyone. I really do. I'll say this right now. I'm one of those guys that's so lovable and so cherishable, and I would be your best friend. I would be the guy that would come after someone who would hurt you so bad in a heartbeat. But I will also be I call myself the teddy bear with spikes because a lot of times that's just how I am. Like I'm a big teddy bear. I love to give people hugs if I gotta, but I'm also gonna protect myself because of everything that's happened to me in the past. But I'm not gonna hold it over their head because of something they did. I'm just gonna just simply let them be, and whatever happens, happens.
Oh, that's so sweet. That's so sweet. We love you so much. I did
I
want to
I
welcome in
actually would agree with
Antres.
that. I'm so sorry. Can I say one last thing?
Go ahead.
Joker, you nailed it on the head. And I think vulnerability is a big thing for me. But I will fight to the death for people I love.
Amen. That's the
Amen.
only thing you can do.
It's
That's the
beautiful.
only thing you can do. And like I said,
Well,
I'm a big teddy bear. I would love to fight for you, but
I keep picturing Bowser from Mario, a
that's
big
basically what it is,
lovable
Wandering.
turtle, a big lovable turtle, but he's got spikes, so beware.
I had dreams about that. It's crazy.
Joker.
Oh, all right.
Joker. Do you know that that sort of the person you are will trigger people that's coming from a place of negativity because what they see in you is lacking in them.
You want to
It's
clarify that for me?
it's like it's like nature. Everything it has a degree, like equal in nature and different in degree. Um, Meaning whatever you've learned thus far has been leading you to your destiny, or you're closer to asking the right question to alleviate pressure off your chest or your back or your neck. Um, like you're doing the right things and saying the right things to yourself, putting the right affirmation onto yourself where you're getting clarity, you're getting the persona personas that's being thrown out on you as well. But yeah, I digress. I don't want to bore you guys, but that's the message that most of us know. We listen to the power of obedience. We listen to the power of um, setting stage for ourselves, so we can succeed. There's many repertoires that you can add as attributes and claim as your own.
Mm, I love that. Antares, I wanted to give Antares the floor. He's up here. Maybe you'd like to address the prompt, or whatever you'd like to speak on. No worries. It says, what belief systems have you built up in your mind that need some attention to fully be at peace? You just kind of speak on it, like things that you learned from your past, or anything you'd like to explore in your thought process now.
I would say control, I guess. I don't really have any built-up belief systems. I just go flux in certain ways, and then I go back down, and I don't really build up anything.
Well,
Certain
to help with that
all
is
flux towards
confidence.
something or some kind of attitude change, but it really doesn't stick as much. Yeah, I don't well, yeah, if I built up, I don't know.
Control is a currency. It's a condition on confidence. It's an energetic pull towards the right hemisphere and the left hemisphere, like Big Chris was saying. There's different parts of the pineal gland that opens
Yeah.
up and sets the tone for control. Especially when you're going into dream states. That I just like to state that just because sometimes we go through life and we're in a sense of tobacco and conditions, and we try to affirm action onto our condition, and our words doesn't work anymore. Like we can't send positive affirmation, like Big Chris was saying. That
Yeah.
there's elements to regain back onto consciousness. There's different parts of control we let go in order to retain the best and applicable test.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really helpful way you framed it there. Thank you.
There's a way to challenge yourself without challenging yourself, but you're the one that's going to have to find it. And that's how I think about it. You have to figure out your own threshold for what you're able to handle, whether it's emotionally, spiritually, physically, or emotionally. I said emotionally twice, but I meant psychically.
Yeah.
So I think you have to figure out what you're able to do outside of your own comfort zone to be able to challenge yourself to get to the next level. This is only my experience. I'm the person that challenges myself. So other people are saying a lot of other things about opening up different areas in their life. I've done that through challenging myself. And that's the only way that I've done it, is that I've challenged different things, not necessarily internally. I have done that internally, yes, but most of it was probably externally. So now that I'm finally able to focus on the internal, I don't have as much external to deal with, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so you're not setting a defined condition onto yourself. You're working towards achieving your higher self.
Basically, your internal world, your external world will match your internal world. So so imagine that to try and explain this, imagine the seven chakras are basically the seven major organs where all the nerve endings congeal. On a physical level, the chakras are the physical or the organs where all your nerves come. Okay, when you've had trauma, it releases the wrong type of chemical. Okay, so your chakras are the ones that regulate your nervous system, your nervous system, your hormones and all this type of thing. When you're born, the three lower chakras are open, but if you've had trauma, it's going to mess up them. The chemical imbalance is going to release the wrong type of chemical on the physical level. So then, when something that isn't scary to somebody could be scary to you. and the way you perceive the world will be regulated through your chakras, through your organs. So you make the seven chakras.
Yeah.
When you go within, you almost have to, when you do the shadow work, you have to regulate them. You have to sort of, it's not something you do physical, but you have to see your demons. You have to sit in that center point.
Shadow work, yeah.
Yeah, shadow work. And then eventually, the main thing is forgiveness. The main thing is forgiveness. If you can forgive, and the way you forgive is by empathy, is by understanding that the person that hurt you was also coming from a place of trauma. So then you have empathy for them. Actually, they were hurt too. They were just going from a programming which they've been given. So it's not their forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do. And I'm not even religious, but for some reason I just know all this. So when you forgive, that releases the tension that's inside, and then you can sit peacefully at the center. But you have to have empathy for the person that's hurt you so you can release. What we tend to do, we hold on to it. We become addicted to this belief system, this story that we've created for ourselves. It's all a story. Everything you tell yourself is a story. It is not true. Example, you can sit in a room with 5 or 6 other people. Someone will walk through, everybody will look at that person, but each person will have a different idea of what they saw in that room. So which one is real? Which one is true? They are all true through the lens that you see. So if you want to change your world, you change your perspective. As soon as you change your internal world, the outside world will match the frequency that you are, which is the Christ, the higher consciousness, the Christos. Let's move away from anything religious when we talk about the Christos or the Christ. It shouldn't be in the same thing. It should be on its own. All religion should be separate from anything spiritual, because Christ is seeing things from a higher perspective of love, of peace, of forgiveness. But we react to a situation which it comes from an emotional reaction. You shouldn't react, you should respond, which is why I talked about being quiet. Because when you react, it comes from a place of trauma and you explode. And then, oh shit, I shouldn't have said that. Well, you've said it now because you've lost control, you've lost awareness, you fell into ignorance, which is what yoga teaches you. Yoga is not about bending. Yoga is about, like Buddhism, coming back to yourself. It's coming back. That's what it's all about, where religion wants you to look outside of self for everything. Where in reality, you are what you are looking for by going within. When you find internal peace, the outside world will match the frequency that you sit at.
Yeah, it's like how chatbot GPT is like, it reads into your mind and understands the complexity of your decisions and makes a data. That data wave is like your theta or your delta, and those waves intercede with your condition and your wave behavior, and alters the who's echoing.
Sorry.
But yeah, your theta and delta waves change into a different kind of configuration in your subconscious, and it creates a oversight of what's happening to you, and then there's a clarity of understanding that comes to you when you perceive things, and sometimes those things that we try to put words onto get in the way of how we should feel about how we hold ourselves accountable for most of the things that happen to us. And I think it's the accountability that really plays a part in understanding oneself, is that holding yourself accountable to accept uh, um, conceptions and stuff like that, or accept more gifts onto your your studying habits,
or accept that you are not the only consciousness that are perceiving these things.
for sure.
You are. There is only one consciousness. This is the law of one. Depends how I can go deep. Depends how deep you want to go. The law of
Well, I can go deep on that too, but it might be different from yours.
See, this is what I mean. I
Oh,
can
are
tell
you
him.
referring?
Wondering? I'm going to drop in a minute, mate, because when I told you about, you can see through what people are saying through the tone of their voice. So I'm sorry if I offended you, but I haven't. The law of one, which is what yoga, Buddhism, is that there's one consciousness. We share that consciousness. Now you can go to New Age spiritual.
I'm
Sorry.
not trying to offend Chris, but I was also trying to speak to that oneness, but I'm only a lowly level on the ladder.
No, you're not. You're not. You're not low on the ladder or anything. You're actually you. If that's what you're, this is a story. This is a belief system. If that's the story you're telling, that's not anybody else's
Okay, you
belief.
misunderstand me, and I'm sorry. I'm not trying to, like, make it complicated. I'm really not. What I'm saying is, I feel like a lot of the higher spirituality is being gatekept a little bit. But this is what these panels are felt like they're being built for. And I honestly, I love Wandering for hosting this because he's one of these people that just wants everyone to be heard. And not just what is going to be the one thing that is going to be the way forward. Because there is no one way forward.
We're all branching out like a tree.
Yeah, so as above, so below. So everything that intercedes with polarity and its capacity to absorb and analyze and be the observer of the present moment, you create a distance within yourself where you're losing track of both conditions and attributes that you should be adding to yourself as you're going through the experience. Like personally, there's many topics that I could touch on from what you guys have been speaking about, but mainly she is right that wondering does create a happy set of beliefs onto our condition to help us mitigate from traveling light-heartedly and anywho, sorry guys, I got on a tangent, but I hate when I do that. I got so familiar with the other times
Love you,
that I've been
Abe.
here.
Yeah,
Alright.
no worries, man. Just remember to breathe. It'll
Yeah.
come to you. Just
Yep.
channel that info. I know. Just the truth that speaks out of your heart. Just let it be heard and don't hold back. That's the best thing you can do on these panels. I like people to not hold back.
All of you have helped me with that tonight. Thank you.
You're
Yeah.
welcome. I'm glad you've been.
No worries.
I think Apollo wanted to speak.
Thank you.
Yes, just a short
Yes, I
thing.
love hearing Apollo.
If you stumble across the panels where they have that, I call it fake spirituality, and they are telling you or want to show you this is the way and there you have to go. It is the same as religion. There is no one way into that spirituality. It is everyone's way is totally different. Your way, as I see now, as you stated, is like you like to challenge yourself, you like to push yourself. You actually would have a way to make it joyful and pleasant for you. You have the option. So if you have next time a conversation with other peoples, enjoy having the first emotion when it arises and then when some person is telling something that you obviously don't like. By recognizing this very emotion first, be aware of the emotion itself. That is the initial kick into the realization of how emotions are functioning, but you need this experience first. Make it joyful for you, make it pleasant, and not stress it.
wholeheartedly agree. Yeah, some things we manifest into our existence, where our condition becomes the very overlaps of our perception, and not everybody holds that same perception that we're made a union through personalities and attributes that we put onto ourselves, such as happiness, sad, the masks that we put on for ourselves and others to create nuances of um, rebirth and new sense of urge to wonder and always being willing to participate in worldly things, and those things that the Bible talks about. And I sometimes have to interrupt myself and say, what are the worldly things and what are the conditions that are putting my best feelings aside? What attributes am I adding to myself, or what parts of attributes am I adding to myself on my daily planner? Um, and those things can't get done unless I put my set and belief in that notion of personality. Um, and and as far as that, yeah, I'm awakened to so many parts of the world already. I mean, it's a click of my phone. Like if I were to show you guys the things that I study, it's beyond this world of comprehension, but it makes sense to me, and I know how it aligns well with depth, where we're going through a monad where the universe is experiencing itself. Um, so take lighthearted approaches to your affirmations, so that way that your imagination and image of the things that you cherish and wonder about don't get destroyed, like, so you can actually feel the firmness of that meditation when you're going into it.
No, thank you.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Just kind of let it flow. Just like leave all your emotional windows open just to let the breeze blow through instead of closing the window and just letting it get all stuffy in there with whatever emotion is there. I can definitely fall into the pit, just even weekly, of closing the window, and or maybe it's more like monthly now. I'm not sure. It depends on the month, but it's like I can close those windows of my inner being and hold in these emotions for such a time where I just feel them so deeply, and I just lose all positivity. I'm just in a completely negative mindset, just almost unable to escape it. And when I sit with those, it can be very difficult because a lot of times I'm so busy. It's these emotions are coming up when I'm in the middle of work or something, and I'm busy with my mind, and I can't really focus on those emotions, or I don't want to take the few moments to breathe and feel them fully. But I think that's partly why I've actually been able to overcome them, because I've taken that time to stop and just realize I have the emotion of, oh, right, I can control this. Wait a second. Go back to my training. Okay, what do I do? Okay, breathe. All right,
Yeah.
breathe. Exhale fully. Okay, that's kind of the main thing I focus on. I don't really focus on any numbers specifically, although I do have a lot of different numbers in my head because I've taken advanced apnea training just because of my outdoor activities where I'm snorkeling and diving in the ocean and also big wave surfing. So,
Mm-hmm.
anyways,
No, that's good depth.
remembering
That's
to breathe is such like what was such an unlocking thing for me that seems so simple, but at the same time, like it's so important. It holds
yeah.
so much power. Um,
It
It's good that you're not
levels
losing yourself.
emotions. It brings you back to something that you can. So you're basically back on the intake sort of things, as far as like you're basically back on the intake versus being aggressive. So like if you just breathe and just breathe a little bit, even in a stressful situation, you can take 2 seconds to just inhale through the nose and exhale through the mouth, and you have a different mindset that comes pretty much 3 seconds after that. and you have a completely different mindset with the situation that you are currently confronting.
So that's the thing. You don't have to go through. You don't have to confront anything outside of your own existence. Like you have full control over your personality and your attributes that you add onto yourself. So it's one of those things where it's hardly ever do you ever say that I need to drink water before you drink water. It's like one of those things that you have to innately just drink water if you're dehydrated, you know? Your body knows how to tell you stuff like that.
I have a lot of situations that I could explain to you where that's not actually a fact.
Then I don't what people not being able to drink. What context are we going by?
She's bringing up situations where basically you need to protect somebody who's like maybe somebody very important to you that you'd be willing to lay down your life for.
Yeah,
I think that's the easiest way to
we
explain it.
have family members and stuff like that in our like you know that's why God always says to put your family first, because your family is what wholeheartedly sponsors you in every mood and every unapologetic version of you live to see, and you can co-create with a world that's already long lasting and long you know existent in time. um so I have no troubles with laying down my life for something that I believe in, especially if it's family matters. So that's why I don't put it into subjectivity when it comes to entertaining just the notion of what I will be able to do for those that I love. If I have never expressed it before, I always would say that it's something I'm willing to do. But that's just the notion of things, is that there's many of us that are out there that's willing to lay down our lives to, you know, give introspective reason and condition and perceptions of our daily devotions and stuff like that that we care for. But in simple terms, there's many things best expressed when you're experiencing it through well, the word. Like me personally, I just like to get into the word and like think back on that time of that personality and what that personality was like to create the reality that manifested into uh you know how we think and how we treat ourselves in our own conditions, mentally, as well as the way we portray onto others with a long existence of care and love and attention and gratitude that we carry towards each other. Um, you know, if we show more reflection of those things, I feel like more things will manifest back into the pot that started the whole thing, which is source.
That's also what I'm talking about, is like Wandering, Apollo, Big Chris, Abe, and Tari's Joker. Like, what if we were to start a family? Like, and along with all of the other family that we have here on this live, like, what if we were to create something together?
Yeah.
That's huge. But I say but everybody has their own input.
Yep.
And the reason I keep pausing is because it's not dramatic effect. It's just because I've felt so many things for so long, and I feel like I'm actually being heard for the first time. These are people that are not my family.
Feels good, doesn't it, Phoenix?
Yep.
We're all related. We're all brothers.
So like I don't know how, like, I'm not a leader. I don't know how to, like, actually direct these conversations. I don't know how to say, hey, yeah, I have had an epiphany. I don't want to be some sort of, like, accidental cult leader, you know? It's just these things that I feel and that I've always felt throughout my life. Because I was violently abused as a child. I lost my younger brother to that. He was hit on the hammer as a kid. He was like 8 years old, and then he developed epilepsy, and he eventually died. And I'm surprised my older brother and I survived. So it sounds like it's made up, but it's not. And I'm the one that has had to carry this because I'm a woman.
Phoenix,
Because
let
my
me tell you.
mother.
Let me just interrupt you for 2 seconds, all right? I'm gonna say this right now. You are one hell of a woman. And I'm going to say that right now. All nothing but love from me to you, Phoenix. You survived things that no one else could not have. And because of that, you are a strong motherfucker. And I applaud you so much for letting people hear your story, because there is people out there that struggle through everything. And let me tell you something, you may not be a leader, but believe me, it's a start. That little spark that you just did had fire in my eyes. And I'm not going to lie to you, if anybody go through that crap, just know you're not alone. You never will be alone.
I love you, bro.
I'm sorry you went through that. I'm sorry. I'm sending you love.
No, it's well, that's why I talk about, like, what's physical, what's spiritual, what's scientific, what's psychological. Like, I go through all of the different spectrums because I've done it.
Just I'm not sure if you're interested. I've got to go in a minute because I've got to go. I've just finished work, but it's something to ponder on, that you've never left spirit. You're still in spirit now, and the way you prove that is when you pass. All it is a change of energy. That's all it is. You've not left spirit. You're still in spirit now, because it's a 3D. It's a low frequency. Imagine years ago in that ping pong game on the computer, you know, ping, ping,
I
ping.
would prefer not to. I would prefer to speak in the here and now.
Well, I'll give you an example. So that's
I know you're giving an example, but I would prefer to not have examples from the past.
Okay, then. I'm trying to give you an example of now. Okay, I'm only giving a reference to a game that was years ago that was on an old PC. That slow table tennis game, that is the 3D. As you leave here, you go back to the oneness. It's called you merge the masculine and the feminine, the divine masculine, the divine feminine. You become whole again. So that slow frequency that goes from left to right, all of a sudden goes fast. It goes bing, 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 brrr, goes to the one. Everything's one. Everything's made of the same thing. You haven't left spirit. That's the whole point. You think you have. And then what we do, we attach. We think this is all there is, which is the ego. The ego is just the attachment to the physical. I'm going to go now. Wandering Brother, I appreciate you, my friend.
Hey, thank you so much for being here. You're awesome. You're welcome back anytime.
Thank you, brother. Take care, my friend. Thank you, guys. Much love to everybody.
Hey, peace to you.
Chris.
Chris is awesome. I love hearing his perspective. Yeah, he was basically like explaining the duality of things, where there's separation and there's intensity in that separation and so much emotion. But then coming back to being whole is like, whew.
Yeah, but I've already been through that.
Well, we're going to continue going through it. It never ends.
I'm actually looking for the next level, and I don't know how to get there. That's what I'm looking for, but I keep getting drawn back to these conversations. Like,
The next level.
Yeah,
When
that's
you
the next level I'm trying to access.
when you watch the ego as itself, sorry, when you watch the ego as itself, it always offers you two solutions, and both solutions are constantly suffering or pain. Never mind in which way you see the ego. I want that new house because my neighbor has it. I suffer because I not have it. And then you go to an extra job or doing like this to feed your own ego. You suffer because you do not have free time. That is the physical part of the ego, that what you see outside. The inside, the mental state of the ego is functioning the same. It keeps you looping in pain and suffering. It offers you either let go of the situation and then you suffer because how can I let go of the situation? Or you stay in the situation and you suffer because you already suffer in that situation.
So I've already been here as well. So what would you suggest that I do from this point?
Go, okay. When something is happening, people call it duality. Uh, in a mental state, a thought arises in your head, or you are having a conversation with someone. The usual thing is the answer is yes or no, positive or negative. That
I can
is
do
how
that with
people.
you. Do you want to ask questions to me about where I am in
No,
my
no,
current
no,
mental state? But, you know.
no. I will offer you one more point. It is the neutral point.
Hmm?
When something is happening to you, you have the option to stay neutral to that.
That's actually a good point. Yep, and that's what I've been trying to do, but I have found all of you wonderful people, and then I just got back into the fray.
That is because you have never catched your own emotion in real time. You tried to hold the neutral point. The judgment kicked in and created an emotion in your body. You have never been aware of the emotion itself coming. Once you have that, the emotion itself is coming, you will realize what thought was before, what judgment just happened before the emotion come. This experience you need because you constantly drift out from it. Like you said, your thoughts are so fast. That makes totally sense to me now when I see that actually. The experience of having that certain emotion, you need to become aware that you actually have it instead of drifting right away into positive or negative.
Hmm.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. Like what Apollo was saying, that hit the nail right in the coffin, right there. You know. And Phoenix, let me just add on to that too. Like you're saying you're trying to get onto that other world, that other dimension. The best advice anyone can give me is when you go to sleep tonight, try to think of that other dimension and see if you can somehow manage
Oh,
to get into that set dimension in your dream. And then when you get there, there's two things I'd like you to do: be happy and then be free. And then you'll see what that other side looks like.
Joker, I love you, and I do, but I'm kind of one of those people that has experienced dimensions against my permission. And I'm seeing things. I'll put it this way. I really appreciate everything everyone is saying to me, and I'm not trying to make this a therapy session. I'm really not. But man, do I have some screwed up dreams? And it's not because I have screwed up dreams. It's because I feel like I travel elsewhere. And I also fix shit there. And it's really weird to even try and talk about it because I don't have a great amount of context. Because it's dreams for me, but it's reality for somebody else. And I don't, like I said, I don't know how to describe it. I go somewhere else.
Wow. I love that. I have very elaborate dreams myself, so I love exploring people's dreams. I would be so interested if you ever like woke up and wrote a dream down as best as you can. I just try and write down all the details of my dreams when I first wake up. Yeah, that's so interesting. But I also just wanted to say, like the Phoenix, that just be okay with the process. You know, everything's going to take time. You may not figure it all out in this lifetime. I know I'm not going to figure out everything in my lifetime. You know, as you
I'm
start
trying
to
to
learn
figure
more.
out everything I can in my lifetime because I'm a 9.
Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I have a younger brother who's also a 9 life path as well, and yeah, he has extremely emotional stuff that he's had to go through. He actually spent 10 years in prison. So he had a large portion of his life that, you know, was basically all of his 20s that were just in that structured system because, you know, it was just difficult for him. It was just he was very emotional even as a child, just trying to understand like why. Yeah, exactly that. Trying to understand the why. I feel like, and trying to figure that all out. But what I'm trying to say, I'm not trying to talk about my family. I'm more just trying to say, enjoy the process as much as you can, because as a 9, you can kind of get wrapped up in that. And I think Entrez is also a 9, if I'm not mistaken.
I misspoke. I'm actually, I think my karmic life path is a 9. I think my life path is a 1. So, like, I actually need to have a good
Oh,
reading.
yeah, no worries. I mean, if you ever want to message me, you can just give me your birth date and I can give you the reading. Um, that's no issues at all. But yeah, it's not a big deal. It's not like it's a end all be all for anything. You know, you still are who you are.
I know, and like I talked to a bunch of different people about different spiritual things, and here's one thing that I want to say for anybody that actually follows this stuff. I'm a Scorpio stellium, first of all. So double Scorpio, Scorpio moon, Scorpio sun, and a Cancer rising with another 3 placements in Scorpio beside that. I don't know if that
What does
means
this
anything to
mean?
anybody.
It should only mean something to you. What we think doesn't matter. We can give
Well,
you advice and it can speak into your life and give you positive motivation and confidence, I guess, right?
well, that's what I was talking about. Is like we should only like confirm what we actually live, right? We should only confirm what we actually believe in. And I get confirmations so many times outside of that that I should care about so many other things beside that. And I don't. I don't care about things that really don't matter. I don't care about makeup. I don't care about Botox. I don't care about all of these things that I'm supposed to do to make myself pretty to men. I have become a force in my life to be reckoned with. And it's also something that I've done with grace and empathy.
That's awesome. I love it. Yeah, I tell my wife She doesn't need to wear any of that stuff, and she doesn't. She wasn't raised wearing it or anybody wearing it, so it's easy for her to say no to it. But yeah, for the majority of people, there's a huge pull. Like my little sisters and my sisters in general, all of them are well, not all of them actually. One of them has really escaped it, but for the most part, they really need those external things to complete them. Actually, my one sister who has gone within, and oh, sorry about that loud noise. She's only like 24, 25, 26 years old. 24, 25? 25 or 26. She'll be 26 in October. Anyways, she was very neglected as a child. Like, she had no parents really watching her. I'd already left the house. I had moved out. I was aged out of the housing option with my parents because it was a small house, and so they'd only hold a few of us at a time. So they kind of kicked us out to make room for the new ones. And she had really nobody watching her because my parents didn't know how to weren't around. They weren't around to raise anybody. And then the kids also weren't allowed to leave the house because, they have the homeschool system, and there's no regulation in Montana for homeschooling, really. So her going through all that loneliness at a young age really moved her into this position where she's done a lot of this internal work. And you've obviously done a lot of internal work as well. I think all of us on this panel have, even to be to this point. Totally lost my point.
I will jump in if you have lost the point for real. Wondering.
Yep.
Lost this point? Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
My brain was wandering too much into different stories of my siblings. I'm just picturing all their
No,
faces.
we all do it. We all do
Yes.
it.
Yep.
It's
We all do.
okay.
Oh man, it's there. It was there, and yeah, the process. It's okay. Everyone's gonna have their different things. Oh yes, external things to complete you. Yes. So my sister, who didn't get the attention, is the one who's more capable of not needing those external things, and she doesn't need a house. She doesn't need a place to live. She wants to live in a van. She doesn't want to wear makeup. She doesn't want anybody taking care of her. She's so independent because she was so neglected. So she figured out for herself what it was to be a human. Like, she didn't even go to school. I mean, she went to homeschool. We had the books and the online things I'm sure she worked through. But it's interesting. Like, when you
sorry that.
and my sisters, who are more external about stuff, they were heavily hurt as children, and this made them go externally for everything because it tore them up so much as little children that now, like, if you even bring up certain topics, they will close down for months at a time, maybe even years. They've actually disowned some of my family members just because of how they were treated and because of different things, whatever. People trying to change their minds on things when they feel like they have it all figured out. For the most part, it's so strange. But yeah, they're going so external because of the inability to consider themselves as capable. It's strange how those upbringings affect us, for sure. But yeah, they're definitely on a path. My sisters who go externally for everything, they're on that path that is hard. It's a hard one to walk, but it's necessary for certain people.
I would actually say that some people are put on a path to make them a little bit more amenable to other people, if that makes sense. Does everybody know what that means? Amenable means that you're, able to just take them and you're able to absorb them into certain society. So this is all I keep thinking all the time. Like, even when I'm sleeping. That's why I go, I think, to different realms when I sleep. Because I need to have different experiences to be able to get me out of the mindset that I'm in. So that's why I would really like to travel. I would like to go to other countries to experience their culture and like what Buddhism actually is. Like, I would actually like to go to India and experience Buddhism, but I'm not able to do that. I'm an American. So I travel in my dreams, but I usually go to really shitty places.
Phoenix,
And
I'm gonna tell you this right now, Phoenix. You come to my dream tonight. I guarantee you're gonna love it. Guarantee you. You and I, we're gonna go on an adventure tonight. I promise you.
I'm not one of those people that's able to actually travel between people's dreams, though. I don't have the ability yet.
No, you may not have the ability, but I'm gonna tell you this much right now, and not many people will say this. But there is a plane between this world and the dream world. I call it the white plane, and it's literally, I call it the loading screen for the dream. So if you guys have ever seen The Matrix, there's one scene to where it's Neo and
Yeah.
Trinity, and they are inside this huge white room, and they have all these weapons and stuff all set up and all situated, right? That's basically the loading room for the dream world. For the dream world. So when I
Which
say I will see
Matrix?
you in that
The
white room,
original, or was it two?
it was the original. It was the first one.
Uh,
But when I say I will see you in that white room, I guarantee you, Phoenix, it may not be soon. It may not be tonight or tomorrow. But when I see you in that room, you and I, we're going to have fun. I'm going to show you exactly what fun is, and you will see how much fun you and I will have together. By the way,
I'm gonna
Shay,
try. I'll try and get there.
definitely. Shay, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. This is a very interesting conversation, and I just wanted to piggyback off Joker real quick. Him even
Yeah, welcome
saying to me, him in his dream, apoplectic, he will somehow just bring you into it. You really don't have to do anything but go to sleep, and he will find you. I don't know how he does it, but he does it, and he will take you to a water park or something.
Yep.
Then build me a fantasy, babe.
Oh, I'm there. Don't worry, I got you. By the way, Shay, guess what? I owe you a dream too, don't I? I owe you a spring break. You know what? You and I, we're gonna do something tonight. I got you. I got you. You know what? You, me, and Apocalyptic, we're gonna have fun tonight. I promise you, we will.
Hell yeah.
So, Shaylin, this is Wandering. I'm just the panel host here, and just wanted to welcome you in. Thanks so much for requesting up.
Oh, thank you for holding this space, and I really like what you are all talking about.
Yeah, the panel topic is actually, if you can read it, it's kind of tiny. What belief systems have you built up in your mind that need some attention to fully be at peace? Maybe you could just talk on maybe things where you've been able to come fully to peace with your thinking, or maybe there's something that comes to your mind right away, like what was it? Some people said control. I don't know. There's a lot of different belief systems. Like for me, I don't want to go into it too deep because I'll have to explain myself. But I'd like to give you the floor if you'd like to speak on anything specific.
Well, I think I identify with one of your sisters a little bit more on my belief systems. From a kid, I didn't really grow up with my family, and I was very much on my own my entire life. And outside of, so like I didn't go to school, and I didn't have a lot of friends, and I didn't have like, just very much on my own. And the first belief system I got was, X, Y, and Z could happen to you, and you don't know what X, Y, and Z is because you're not taught it. I'm trying to be kind of vague. And then you go to like therapy, and for a while they said, oh, okay, well, X, Y, and Z happened to you. You should act like A, B, and C. And because I didn't really know a lot of things, I would try to fit into these boxes that have, you know, let's say 13 check marks, and maybe I check 5 or 7 of them, but I'm trying to contort my body and my personality to fit the rest of the check marks so I can cleanly fit into whatever belief system or whatever these people said I should be like, or how I should be based on the things you go through. And I spent probably like 15 years trying to conform into these weird boxes of labels. And I think it was probably when I was about 29, 30, I don't know what happened. Maybe my pop-up passing away. I just kind of snapped, and I just found the person I remember being at 15, like, or 14, the person that I was born to be, that was there, and I've not stopped acting like that since. And the other biggest belief system is to follow your heart more than your head, because yeah, I've ended up in some trouble or stuff here and there, but not bad, you know, not bad things, but your heart and your stomach brains will never lead you the wrong place. Well, I don't know. Now I just am rambling. Let me stop.
Nah,
I loved it. You
I
were
love
totally
stomach
channeling.
brains. I love
Yes,
stomach
the gut.
brains.
That's a great way to put it. I like to think of it that way now. I've never thought of it with those words. So thank you for that. Was beautiful. I'd love for you to continue on if you're interested. We're listening.
Well, the thing with the brains is the heart, the head brain, the heart brain, and the stomach brain, they all function the same exact way. They're just different operating structures. So they are all equivalent. I just thoroughly believe the biggest one out of the 3 has to be your actual head brain. It has to be the liar of the 3. If we're going to play 2 truths and a lie, the brain is, because it's conditioned. You're told your first word, you're told this, that, and the other. And so we live in a world where, you know, we're told you're not supposed to have big feelings or intense feelings, and keep them to yourself, and shut your mouth and sit with your hands under your legs so you don't take up much space. But I personally feel those are the only thing that are true to us as who we are. And when you don't, I just feel like trying to ignore and numb your emotions away is the biggest disservice you could ever do to yourself as an individual, if that makes sense.
beautifully put. Well said, Shay. Very well done.
Yes, I concur.
Thanks, guys. I don't want to take over the panel.
Oh no, you're not. We're all just digesting what people speak, and we're not too quick to have a throwback response. We like to ruminate on it and then respond when we feel like it, when we feel like we have something to share.
Shaylin, I feel you. I do. I get it.
I'm glad you get it. I'm glad someone does.
Well, and it's like I'm at a point in my life where no one's gonna get me entirely. So, the fact that I'm able to understand other people is very important to me.
Mm-hmm.
And
I don't think that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
That
I was
would be what we call a pregnant pause. Anyway, Shaylin, like, don't worry about it so much. I think you're going through some things that are still developing, and you're gonna come into your own just fine. But that's just my thoughts.
I'm gonna agree with you. I'm not fully there yet, but I know that I'm closest I think I've ever been, and I'm having the most fun I've ever had. And I don't even care if I cry 4 days a week. Sometimes, everything. I don't know how to make it sound not so nonchalant, but at some point, I learned that the living room is my bedroom and every emotion is fun. I would 100% rather be crying for a week straight or angry and like throwing glass, because that's also fun, than not feel anything or not have a wide range of emotions, because to me that just seems a little bit boring.
Stifle them.
That's beautiful. Taste and see. It's like this world is a big tasting world, and it's not just food. It's sight, it's sound, it's emotion. Being able to feel all the emotions fully is part of tasting in this world. That's just so magical and beautiful. And yeah, the emotions are intense and they lock you away for times. But I love what you said there. Just crying. I love crying. I just it's so nice. Like even tears of joy is what I've mainly been feeling lately. But the tears of joy are honestly like even deeper than the tears of sadness. I mean, maybe not, because I can't have them both at the same. Well, I guess like I can have the sadness, then it turns to joy.
You can
That's
have all of
interesting.
the things at once, and
Yeah.
that's really, really hard to really get through. Like, you can have all of the things come down at you at once, and then you just cry through it.
Hey,
And
And
it's
laugh.
perfectly cathartic.
Y'all want to know
But
something
my
that's really great?
experience.
Go ahead, Phoenix. Sorry, didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
I said what I said. You can have all of the things happen to you at once. Like I don't know, and people like to label me one way or another, but I am a highly emotional person. I know I am, but I do not do it outwardly. I do it internally, and with only people that are very close to me. So if anybody sees me cry,
Sorry, I don't
hey,
mean to cut you off, but when you say you do it internally, what does that look like?
Yeah,
internally, I mean,
that's the CPTSD. That's a soul level trauma.
yeah,
You
that I
gotta
would
find your
agree with
frequency
Tress
out.
there.
Work on
Yeah,
self. Give her some moment.
I've
Sharpshooter.
been, yeah, Tress, I agree with you.
You just gotta
I've
find a
had a
mirror you
lot
can
of,
handle on both sides, right? The ugly part and the good part. You gotta be honest with yourself about yourself. Find a place, even if it sucks to begin with. You start there, pierce that moment, and start looking around. Just keep going.
yep.
What I do.
No, you
That's
are
how I just
absolutely correct.
I
I
You
love
are
was
absolutely
stress.
right up a
correct.
while ago.
there you go. I was gonna
Absolutely
say.
correct.
I
So
was
I
gonna
have a
say.
lot of things that I have to hide, because if I don't hide it, it's going to come out as something that is not for other people in this world. And that's why I've tried to share some of my story on this panel recently, but I could never share it because I could never actually share the emotional depth or trauma that comes with it.
But who's to say that
That's the soul trap,
if you're doing it outwardly, who's to tell you that doing it outwardly is actually for you and not has nothing to do with the other person? Because kind of, I feel like you might feel like a burden, but when it breaks down, if you're worried about someone else, and for most people, they're worried about themselves, then double people are worrying about one person and nobody's worrying about you. So I feel like, for lack of a term, crashing out.
That's exactly.
So good.
No, you, ma'am, I've been spotted.
I think you over-frequenced yourself. Did you ascend too far? That's what it sounds like to me, like you
No.
ascended too far.
No,
Because I've ascended before
no.
and then down and stuff, right? And you like ascend too
Maybe
far, and
I
you're like, what?
don't know. Well, that's what I'm like trying to figure out right now. I am. I'm trying
I know
to
you're
figure
in
it out.
ascension, so I can feel you.
I'm getting martyr vibes over here.
I'm not trying to be a martyr.
It's all good. You're doing whatever. Just, you're going to be fine.
I'm
what you do,
okay.
you got to remember
Liam
that
Raines
Queen
wants to come in.
Then you take those parts, then you start again with a new god, like a new Gaia. You're going to be Lilith.
Sup, guys?
Zelda.
Hey,
we'll
Liam,
call it
how's it
Zelda.
going?
Lilith Zelda.
Okay, I'm gonna
And
shut
then you
up,
start
and
again
then
with the new
I'm gonna be open, and then you guys lead me. Fine.
Hanging
All right,
out with
hold
my
on,
dog.
That's how you build yourself. Right? For me, it's Borg Queen Lacu's Picard.
Sorry, Liam. Bye-bye.
So, Lilith,
Liam was just here to troll.
apoplectic. Okay, so I'll just even say it, man. I'll even make a rhyme out of it. Okay, so go Liz apoplectic, Hecate, apoplectic. No, yeah, yes.
He's talking you up right now. He's writing music about you just to give you some positivity.
Oh, is that okay? All right.
He's singing your praises, as you might say.
I don't know how to respond to this.
Just be like this. Be for the rest of your life. Don't change it to anything else. Just remember that
I'm
you're not alone. You're
trying.
guided
That's
by people
what I'm.
that are angels.
That's, sir. That's what I'm trying to do with my entire life.
It's not
And
that you.
it's
You
really,
get
really,
layered.
it's
You got, like,
really,
five
really hard.
lifetimes ahead of yourself.
Huh?
Me, I'm like that too.
Phoenix, ask you something.
All right, Tress, I'm going to drop you down. You can come back up when you've got a good word for us. I love you when you come up. You're awesome.
I don't.
Go ahead, Apollo. What were you about to say?
Phoenix, may I ask you something?
Sure.
You said that you are. You said that. Well, how I can even remember how that is called. Zodiac sign, yes, zodiac. That constellations, what you have. You formed it. It somehow it is a very strange or a very strong thing for you. Just
No,
put the
it's
answer.
not. It's a way for me to connect to people that I don't necessarily know. But it's something I used to believe in. I don't know.
The question is simple. Does that
You're a little
constellation
muffled.
what?
You're a little muffled, Apollo. You're a little muffled, your microphone.
Oh, sorry, guys. The question behind is that constellation, what you have or what you probably still believe in, does that give you peace?
I think it gives me peace and something to believe. Sure. Yeah. I can tie myself to that if that's what people want to think about me as. Sure. But no one ever really understands me anyway.
I would say even that nobody understands anybody fully. You can never understand somebody fully because you can't fully see through their eyes, right?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I use star signs to help people understand other people and help people understand me. But like I only use it as a way to like help people understand the way that I move in the world, not necessarily because I think it's an actual doctrine.
So, Phoenix, let me ask you a simple question, right? So, let's say I'm looking out in the stars right now, all right, and I see you in the stars. Are you going to show me exactly how you're feeling right now?
Nope.
No? Not even a
No,
little bit?
because I'm not in the stars. I'm
Okay.
right here on Earth.
That's fair. That's fair. You know what? I ain't gonna lie to everyone here though. Like, I'm so happy right now. I really am. And the reason why is because I got 3 friends up here. Well, I got everybody up here. But I know Wandering, I know Phoenix, I definitely know Shay. And look, we've all been on this journey together throughout the TikTok. Shay, I know you personally, and I'm gonna say this right now. We all had this journey together. We all found each other, and because of that, I thank you guys so much. It really has been so good being here. And honestly, I'm gonna sleep very good tonight because of this. I am not gonna lie. Oh, I need a good night's sleep. It's been not like the past few weeks has been nothing but madness and sadness and depression. And today was probably one of the best days of my life. I just found out recently that I had an interview with another job, so there's a chance that I will be leaving my old job very soon, hopefully. So I'm excited for that, and I got a breath of fresh air. I love it. Yes, thank you.
It's kind of loud cheers, but I had to throw them in.
Hey, I love it though. I love it.
No, it's great. I love being among people that are of the same mindset and could actually appreciate some things that we talk about. I'm I go all over the place, and I know I do. I go all over the place because I'm able to do that because I talk about all sorts of different stuff. But Joker, I'm glad you got some context out of this. I'm glad you're going to sleep well tonight. Sleep well.
Always will.
But
I
don't
always
snore
will.
too loud, man.
What'd you say, Shay?
I pulled a dark and said, don't snore too loud, man.
Nah. You know what, Shay?
I do want to, apoplectic. I feel like you in this sense that nobody's going to understand me. And I think the closest person to ever understand me was my grandma. And I don't know if she even understood me, more or less just knew what kind of things I should not be doing to not be myself. But, you know, I was going out one time when I lived in Los Angeles, and this girl that was, I don't know, it's a very weird vibe over there, so I'm just going to go with pretending. We were pretending to be friends. We're like getting ready to go out. I don't care what other people think about me whatsoever. And at some point in the conversation, she's like, well, you can't wear that. And I'm like, why? First of all, it was included in the dress code, plus it's fun. And two, and she says, well, I care what other people think about the people that I'm with, and you're just not everybody's cup of tea. But then I thought about that for a while. Like, okay, first I was like, okay, B word, like, you're so rude, but all right. Then I thought about it, and there's this thing my dad sent me, I feel like probably 10, I don't know how many years ago, but it never really left my brain, and it kind of stayed in there about how it, like, you don't want to like you don't want to be for everybody, you know, and like most people, like you said, the being amenable to other people, some people are, and most people are born to bend and form and mold with and into a general consciousness, a large. What we don't talk about and what people fail to understand is that there are individuals who are not born within the mainstream consciousness of everybody else around you. And so instead of ever feeling like, because I go through that and just recently had to tell my siblings, you know, like, you guys just care
yourself.
That you and that's the thing, like some people don't care to understand you, so you just are gonna have to be yourself and not want and take it as a high fashion or whatever, high fashion compliment.
It's
People
not even
don't
a fashion thing.
No,
It's not even a fashion thing. It's
put quotations around it. It wasn't like it, just take it as a high level compliment. When the majority of people don't understand you, it means you're doing something correct. Because if there's one way to do something, there's two. If there's two, then there's infinite. And if most people are playing one game to get one place, and there's select few, like probably the 5 heads here or the 6 heads here, we're playing a completely different game. So following the people, and I just want you to feel good about people not understanding you, and like relish in that. Like you don't
that
want
was a compliment. I thought you were asking for an opinion. I appreciate that so goddamn much.
No, very much a compliment. You don't want to be for everybody, and you don't want everybody to understand you.
You made me think about a quote where if everybody's agreeing with you, you're doing something wrong. The measure of your growth is based off of how many people don't agree with you. That is where you're starting to make real progress, where you're pushing against the grain. Because obviously you're pushing against the grain.
I guess that's true, yeah. Like, I create fireworks, right? I create tension, and so as a peacemaker, I hate that, but I also understand what everybody's saying in creating change. So I absolutely love the compliments, and thank you so much, everybody. I feel very loved.
We feel loved too. It's not just a one-way conversation over here. We're all learning from each other. Stop making it about yourself. What are you talking? I'm growing too. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm growing too.
I'm growing too, damn it! I'm joking.
God damn it. Oh, god damn it, I'm growing.
Now we're like Alice in Wonderland in the big house. Or the small house.
I was gonna say, Shay, we're all trapped in the small house, but we're growing big every day. That house is getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller until eventually we find a big house. But then that big house will become small. So we try to find a bigger house.
Well, no, then we also have to figure out how we cast a wider net to figure out how we can help other people figure out how they were able to grow bigger themselves.
By watching you be unapologetically yourself will allow other people to subconsciously start feeling like it's okay for them to do the same thing.
Bingo!
We live in a world where people really, and this might be I don't know what the word is, but like a hot take that nobody else agrees with, but I don't necessarily believe in the quote unquote feeling or emotion of shame or guilt. And I don't know if it's because I'd never really done anything that made me feel guilty. And I thoroughly believe that shame is only placed upon you by other people. And if you can learn how to live without shame and just go full swing. it's literally yours. And I know, and I think maybe that's where I've just gotten to in the last, I feel like the year 33 was a wild ride, but
Coming up on 40 here in a couple months myself.
it's okay to be, and it's not even selfish, but like
I
I'm
know
not
it's
being
not even
selfish for sick, but it's okay to.
I understand where you're coming from completely. Oh my god. I do. I absolutely do. But like to cast a wider net is to also say that all of those people out there are able to understand the same things that we understand. And I want you to sit with that for a minute because many people don't. And I'm pretty sure that I'm not trying to make this like club exclusive or anything. I'm just trying to make it inclusive to the people that are actually willing to do the work.
Yeah, no gatekeeping here. Oh, Traveler. What is up, Traveler? Oh, he's coming in. Let's see.
Hi guys.
Welcome in.
Traveler, how you doing?
Anyways, Traveler, yeah, we're just like uh, talking about a lot of different things today. Did you want to answer the prompt, or did you hear something that you wanted to speak on? Are you here, Traveler?
Yeah.
Yeah,
My
the
English is
prompt
not.
is
Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
yes.
Yeah. My English actually is not so good, so I maybe a little bit listen you. Yeah, and after that I will speak about something because it's a little bit difficult explain. Yeah, what is in my head.
You're welcome here, traveler. It's okay. And
Thank
I
you.
think we can continue talking about the things that we're talking about and then you just listen. Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying?
Yeah. Thanks.
No problem.
Mhm.
So, who wants to talk?
We've done a nice reset here. I feel that reset. It's beautiful.
Yes,
Man,
love the reset.
there are
So
certain belief systems. Oh, go ahead, Joker.
I was gonna ask you guys, how do you guys feel? And I know we probably discussed it before on a panel, but how did you guys feel about this world possibly being? And I know this is gonna be a hot take, far fetched type thing, but how would you guys feel if I told you guys that this was kind of the Matrix, but not the Matrix?
I knew that was coming.
Yeah, you already know, Shay.
I knew that was coming. I'm gonna have to the only reason, and it's very anecdotal, I guess, but the only reason I believe that that is accurate is because I died before and I have a defibrillator and my heart just likes to stop every now and then due to electrical problems. And that was just they told me that when probably 13 years ago when it happened, and within the last like 3 or 4 years it really clicked like it's an electrical problem. And then I started thinking about how you can like shock people when you rub your feet on the carpet or something crazy. So yes, I think that that might be accurate. My brain feels like a filing cabinet. And it's not like, oh, I need to remember, like I just have to, I'm always like, hold on, give me a second to go through my files to pull this document of a memory out.
Phoenix, what do you think?
I actually think that we're on different levels of reality. Not necessarily different levels of reality, but different universes. So everything that could be possible is possible. So there's universes that play out everything that could be possible. That's what happens.
We're in this one.
But we're in this exact one, and we need to do the best that we can with this reality. So I understand that everybody thinks that there's so many potentialities and so many different things, and the thing is, there's only so many potentialities for the people that live in this reality right now, and we have to accept that. But there are potentialities out there in other universes. So every
the tall
decision.
Wolverine reality. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm just reading comments.
Go ahead.
Like I just said, the tall Wolverine reality.
I don't know what that is.
I don't either.
Comments.
I don't know what that is either.
You're gonna have to ask Entrez.
Okay, Entrez, what is that? Come on, buddy. Oh, he dropped.
Stage fright.
It's okay.
Maybe it's from movies, or maybe it's from just what it is. Like you can just type it, and that reality now exists as a possibility.
Yeah, that's also what I believe as well. Like every potentiality exists with every decision that we make. So we create possible universes with our decisions. That's my universe.
I have a whole bunch of questions for this panel. Here's another one, and I've said this before, and I want everyone's opinion on it. We'll go around the panel. We'll start with wandering and work our way around.
Well, let me answer your last one. So you were referring to simulation theory, in a way?
Yeah. Yep.
For the most part, that's what it boils down to. Yeah, that's fun. That's a fun one. For sure. I could see that. But then that also brings up infinite worlds, because if this is a simulation, then the one that's making up this simulation could potentially be a simulation as well, and so on and so forth, like Inception, where a dream
right.
a dream, and you never know when you actually wake up. Actually, 2 nights ago, I had a dream and I wrote it down. It was another one of those dreams where you wake up and you're in your bed and like you do some stuff in your room or something. Like for me, I talked to my wife, I was asking her about a dream that I had, and I was wondering if she had the same dreams. She's like, yeah, I did. I was literally in bed talking about dreams in my dream. And that conversation had never happened when I actually woke up and was, like in the life that I'm in now, where there seems to be some legit laws that have to be followed. And I'm not just like, I don't know, in my dreams it feels more real.
So if people will allow me to go a little bit dark, I can talk to you about my dreams.
Ooh, go ahead.
I just need people to agree to it.
I think we're here for it. There's only a few of us in the room, and anybody who comes in, they'll either be drawn to it or they'll go away. And I'm just in here to have conversation with people. I'm not.
Go dogs, baby.
Let's go.
Okay, so I have really, really dark dreams. So I get transported to some place where I'm like a facilitator of some sort, and I have no idea what that is. But I know that I'm supposed to be doing something, right? But then I get escorted to a village where people are living very, very hard. They're living hard. So they don't have a lot of resources, and one of the big pictures in my mind from this dream is that I had to walk on a pond that was covered by a skin made of human feet.
Hold on. Can I interrupt for just 2 seconds? When you're saying this village, can you describe this village to me real quick?
It's something like in a plain lens, it was a mountain village, right? But they were on the lower level of mountain community. Let's put it that way. So there's upper echelon of mountain village, right? But the lower level mountain village people, they lived basically where all the swampland was, and they had to just make do with what they were given. And I'm skirting around this pond that I didn't like, but it was made of human feet soles. It was a pond covered with the skin of human feet.
Isn't that
So
what the
the
whole world
soul,
is made out of, even?
like, I don't know how to even explain that. I don't know how to explain it in terms that everybody explain. Like, I don't know how to understand it. I don't.
I can see it. I can, if you give me visuals, I can easily create it in my mind.
It's human.
I'm creating
It's
this in my
foot.
mind right now. It sounds
Go
familiar to
further.
me.
Go further. Go
What?
further. You don't have
Yeah.
to explain the lake anymore. I had it like a while ago.
I
Yep.
have
So
aphantasia, so I literally can't picture what you're saying, and to me it just sounds crazy. But keep going. I like listening to this.
So I have to walk out.
I like listening to this.
So I have to walk out onto this, and I'm also having to. I'm also have to protect people that are with me from being raped. This is also something in my dream. So, like, I'm a protector, and I'm walking on people's actual souls, like the soles of their feet. That is the layer of this lake, and I don't have much more than that. That's pretty much all that I remember. But I'm always like a protector in these dreams. I'm always one of those people who's like, we need to get the fuck out of here. So, I don't know how to describe this to other people other than people like you. And hey, oh my god, that's the first non-abhorrent reaction that I've ever had.
Well, it sounds to me like you're taking the path paved by people who have already walked it, people who have walked and traversed this world, and you're basically like, it's the ancestors. It's all of your ancestors that make up who you are. That are this lake. I would say it's everybody who. It's all of humanity, even as in a sense that you're traversing, and you are that protector in your own mind. You're still protecting yourself from the potential people who may try to perpetrate your thinking and impregnate your thinking with ideas that are not fruitful or things that you would not want to accept. So you're like protecting yourself in your waking life. Like this is a glimpse into your reality now. Your dream world is. So that's what I would interpret for you. But I did lose connection, and I didn't get the last part of the dream. But I got like the protection from people impregnating part of it, and I just got a really quick download from whatever my higher self, the ether from the universe, because I have dream interpretation that I was able to do back since I've been a child, and nobody taught me how to do it. And it's not like I'm 100% accurate. It's just I'm giving you my interpretation, and you can choose to take what you want from it. It's not like you have to believe anything I say, and also my interpretation may change as time progresses, and other people's interpretations may be also giving you insight. I think all the help you can get in a dream is beneficial, but you don't have to listen or take from all of that. But yeah, so
No,
your
it's
ancestors are paving and they're walking, and their walk has created this world, and you're basically protecting your sacred, your purity.
it was highly disturbing to me when I experienced it, though. It was very
Yeah,
highly disturbing.
I'm sorry for that. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay to feel those emotions. Your subconscious is going to use whatever means necessary. It's going to go all out when it's trying to tell you these analogies. And the connections are very odd, and they're not normally something that the human brain can decode. It takes a certain type of person that's socially awkward and um, borderline autistic, on the spectrum, whatnot, to like be able to sort of have some insight into it and to hone into it. They have written a lot of books on it, though. But I've read a few pages of some of the books, and everything that I read was stuff I felt like I already was like, oh, that's a no brainer. So I kind of quit reading them, and I just go off
Can I
intuition now.
can I give you a really very highly disturbing dream? And this one could be borderline. I'm not racist, but this is just what the dream was.
Before you to the dream, I just want to say to Wandering real quick. I love how you just said, oh, these books aren't really telling me anything I don't know. I'm just going to quit reading them and go off my own intuition. That's
yes.
You know
That's
what?
exactly.
Let me butt in too.
Joker.
I just am someone that thoroughly believes that you are actually born with everything you will ever need to know.
Yes, I agree. I'm not gonna lie
Everything
to
gets
you.
stifled sometimes through
I'm not gonna
things
lie
that
to
you
you.
have to go through.
When I learned about my past life, I had almost the same dream as you. The difference was I was out in the woods and I had a bow and arrow with me. And I was wounded because something happened. I don't know what happened. Okay. I'm just now finding out about my past life. And then I see a log cabin. I go inside and I see a lady and two kids laying there. And they weren't there anymore in this world that I was thinking about. They weren't there. And I'm just kind of kneeling down and I'm crying and I'm letting all this feeling out, and I found something out that day that I never thought I was going to be able to hear. This man that I knew in my past life was a man named Strider. And I think this is a perfect opportunity for me to say I know more about Strider and his life than I do any other of my past lives. Because I have had about 5 different past lives in my life. One was a commander, one was Strider, one was a knight, and one I think was either a pacifist or a soldier from like World War One, if I remember correctly. But I know more about the Strider and the Knight than I do any other. because when I was a knight, I was loved, and I was part of a king's army. And what had happened was the knight was out on his patrol, and then he had a message from someone saying that his village is on fire and he needs to get everyone out. So he's trying to get everyone out, and then I realized that the knight had a wife as well, but he didn't have any kids. He was getting to the kids, but he never had a chance to get the kids. But his wife was severely wounded because of what happened. Next thing you know, I turn around and I see this giant freaking dragon. And I'm like, uh-oh, that's not good. So the knight managed to slay the dragon, but unfortunately, due to his wound, he wasn't able to make it. And unfortunately, what happened with Strider happened to the same thing with the knight. The difference is Strider and the knight had two different backgrounds for themselves. Strider was raised in the woods. The knight was raised in this village, and this village knew him very well. And that's why I think when someone says, well, I know about my past life, I know more about my past life than anything else in this life. So when I say, like, sometimes I'll bring up Strider and how his family was, he had a beautiful wife and he had two loving kids. He had two sons. And it was an awesome feeling. And anytime I'm feeling down, I just think about Strider. And that's when I can tell myself, yes, I will make it there one day. And when I do, I'm going to be the happiest man alive, because that's what I want in my life.
I feel like I'm maybe the reincarnation of some bad things for a lot of people. But that's why my dreams are the way they are. And I'm not discounting your dreams, Joker. I'm not. Man, you gave me so many chills when you were talking about that.
It's amazing on how much you can unlock when it comes down to what you feel and how you feel about certain things. But when you do, it's a good feeling, because now you know that that feeling that you have felt before is no longer there. And that's why, and honestly, this is why I like Shay, to be honest. She doesn't give a damn. She really doesn't. You know? And that's and honestly, I live up to what I say every day. Live up today, because tomorrow might be your last.
I am of the same mindset. I really am. But I have done the things that you all have done. I've been my best person. I have lived for people. I have honored people. I have taken care of people. I have looked past their insecurities. I have looked past their failings. It's not something that I'm debating with you. I'm talking about my dreams.
So, it's interesting that you said you have been 4 different people. I currently am 4 different people living in one body. It's a little fucked up. But do you think that you might still be all 4 of those people and one of them just comes out in your dreams more? Like, for me, mine switch. I know this sounds crazy, and I don't
no, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Every time my heart stops, I wake up and it's a different person kicking it. But I'm fully aware of all 4 of myselves. They just be like acting different. They look like different things.
I think I live different lives in my dreams.
Are they like multiples, or is it maybe I'm
I think
asking because I
it's
can't see things. So, like, do you live like 4 same lifetimes or 3 same kind of lives in the dreams? I don't care. Obviously, they're negative.
these lives I'm not myself, and some of them I am myself, but I don't know how to explain it. That's
You're doing a
just
good
what it.
job. Over explaining helps me because unfortunately I am somebody that like can even close my eyes and visualize an action. So you
Okay, well, I
details
just
help.
wanted to give Joker his credit because Joker, I love you, man. I love you so much because you are an artist with words. But I think we're talking about different things. So, like, I don't know what I'm supposed. What would you like me to talk about here, both of you?
Oh, I'm just asking to try to understand maybe more because I don't know, I'm just intrigued by the things you're saying. So I just ask questions to get more details. Does that make sense? Like I'm very intrigued on what you're saying. Or
Well, it takes me time to like get into the thought process to get back into like what I was thinking about with dreams.
you
So,
were about to tell us another dream.
okay, what was the other dream? Let me think about it for a second.
I would say write it down, and we can come back to it because I actually am going to end this. I'm not going to be able to listen, so but hopefully I'll be able to do another live, and we can chat about it. If that's okay.
Yep.
But I'm really thankful for all you guys and being able to have this conversation. It's been beautiful. I've loved it so much. I'm really thankful for all of you.
Wandering, like I said, I can get annoying. I told you that last night. But I know it's not an annoying thing. It's just there's so much out there right now that people need to get out that it's of a spiritual nature, and people don't even realize it needs to be spiritual. They are just stuck, and it really sucks.
Yeah, people need to be able to let themselves fully be heard for sure. So yeah, I'm glad that we have opportunities like this. I'll keep creating them as best I can so that we can have more opportunities because I love it. Like I said, like I used to be addicted to different reality TV shows, and I just kind of lost all interest in them after a while. And then I got into long form podcasts and just listening to people talk. And I kind of was into them at the same time, but now I just love TikTok, just hearing people's life journeys because it's the real truth. It's the real protein or the sustenance of the mind, I think, or for the mind.
I agree. You guys are so cool. Thank you for welcoming me in this evening.
Yes, hopefully we'll have you back again soon if you're available for sure.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I literally had to do laundry. I'm sorry.
Whew. No worries.
Yeah.
You're just in time to say goodbye.
Aw, damn it. Okay, that's cool.
We love
Okay, you guys. Hey, you guys. Like, I can start a live if you want to talk with me. I just got the ability, so maybe we can talk. But I don't know.
Yeah, no worries, guys. Jump over.
Yeah, let's do it.
Alrighty.
All right. Maybe I'll catch you guys later.
Wandering.
Love you.
Thank you.
All right,
Good night.
we'll see you wandering.
All right, see ya. Sorry, Elijah, I can't let you up right now. We're just ending here, but peace, love, and light to everybody.